All right, it's 9 o'clock. I'm going to call to order the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. We'll start off our morning with an invocation by Pastor Craig Klatt of the Camino Adventist Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Supervisor Thomas.
Say good morning, Wendy.
Good morning, Pastor Klatt.
Let's bow our heads. Good morning, Lord. We are gifted today in another new opportunity to bring guidance and leadership to the activities of this county. We're privileged to live here. We're blessed, Lord, with surroundings that are beautiful, as well as the infrastructure of things that make it a very desirable place to live. But as we move forward today, may your hand and your spirit be leading and guiding in every decision made. And may we find the wisdom and direction that we need to accomplish the purpose, your purposes for this place we live in. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Supervisor Thomas, do you think you can lead the pledge from there remotely? Are you up for it?
Absolutely. And I do want to offer my apologies to everyone. I'm on the tail end of COVID, so an abundance of caution, I'm Zooming today. So please rise and join me in honoring our flag. Hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well done. That worked out just fine remotely. Okay, so we're going to move on to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. District 5, any changes?
No changes.
District 1?
No changes?
District 2?
No changes.
District 3?
No changes.
I have no changes. CAO?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, as indicated on the agenda, staff is requesting that item number 15 be continued off calendar.
Were there any other changes? No? Okay. With that, we need public comment.
Now taking public comment on adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Hi, good morning. I have to admit I'm not totally prepared, but I'm going to do my best in making my comment about the agenda. This is the time to talk about the agenda, correct?
Yeah, and items on the consent calendar.
Both?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you have anything on the consent calendar?
What I was really looking for, I'm just scrolling through it. On which agenda is the eminent domain action?
That's actually at 2 p.m. today.
Okay. I have a comment about that. I'd like that you to consider being continued, but more importantly, the one I really wanted to mention was the item on the regular agenda regarding the, I'm sorry, I'm so unprepared this morning, but about you signing McClintock's about let the fire
Ruth,
burn.
that's going to be our first item of the day, so hang tight on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I think it should be continued, but all right, I guess I'll try to comment then. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, with that, do I have a motion to approve?
I'll second.
And then, roll call vote, please, Kim?
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, very good. And with that, we can move on to our first department matter, item number 27.
Item number 27 comes from Supervisor Turnbull, recommending the board authorize the chair to sign a letter of support for HR 6903, which is proposed in the House of Representatives.
Yeah, I do. I want to talk a little bit about a lot of this policy and stuff. And the thing is, it's just a simple 2-page bill that's been proposed by McClintock to basically, they need to suppress this fire within 24 hours. In 1935, they had a 10:30 a.m. policy that was put in place by the person that was ahead of the Forest Service at that time. It was Gus, and I can't think of his last name right now. But anyway, that policy was put in place. In 2005, they eliminated that policy and went to the let it burn policy. That let it burn policy created the problem we have today. And this map behind here shows this. This is the Caldor fire. This is the King fire. Unbelievable how much of our forest has been burned up by these horrific fires because of mismanagement for decades. This map goes back from 1915 to current. And you can see these two fires here, how big they are today. This is the kind of stuff that has to stop. It really has. It has to. And prevent it, because we spent $3.1 billion in fire suppression last year alone. That's 1 year. $3.1 billion. $1.3 billion was set aside to fight fires, but they had to pull the rest of that money out of the pots that they had to do for good forest management. We have a problem with this. We need to stop it. This should have never happened. All those residents in Grizzly Flat completely lost all their homes. On Highway 50, all the cabins. We almost lost Tahoe if it wasn't for Cal Fire and all the hard work and everything that they done, standing side by side and shoulder to shoulder, which they saved it, the basin. So I tell you, you guys have done a great job, but this is the kind of stuff that we need to stop. I remember as a young man, I used to go up and herd cows, and you could ride through the forest on a horse. To herd
Supervisor
cows.
Turnbull, I'm concerned folks can't hear you online very well. Can you come back
So
to your
anyway,
microphone?
I used to ride
Thanks.
horses and stuff through the mountains and herd cows. You can't even ride through the forest anymore. It's so dense. We used to log up until 1994. We took out 141,000 board feet of timber out of the forest. After 94, in 1995, we took out less than 10,000 board feet. And this is what's been going on until 2006, when the Angora fire went through. In 2007, we took out approximately about 100,000 board feet, but that's been the largest harvest that we have taken out of timber recently. This kind of stuff has to stop. We really do. And we need to come together and stop this. Another thing on the policy on this bill, what I'd like to see also, we need to have a Good Samaritan Act proposed. Also, maybe it can be proposed by McClintock, but basically these people can put out these fires. A lot of the loggers that were logging in this area could have put that fire out, that Caldor fire, but they told them to stand down. This is the things that have been happening for years. It happened in the Cleveland fire, because I know that for sure, because one of the loggers up there was going to help put it out, and they told him to stand down. That would have never happened. It would have never burned as much as it did. But you can see how big these fires, these last two fires we've had, and look at all the small ones in our county until these fires here. So this is the kind of stuff that needs to change. We need to change the policies, go back to the 10:30 a.m. policy, so we don't have these horrific fires anymore.
Okay, so do we have any board discussion, questions, comments?
Public comment. Thank you.
I just have one, and that's, my view of this is forest management is what we really need. We need to be able to thin the forest. We need to be able to timber things. We need to be able to control the down fuels on the forest floor that, and also the dead standing trees that create a lot of the hazard. To merely come in and say, we're going to immediately force suppression without understanding the bigger picture, I struggle with, because forest management is number one. It's not necessarily immediate suppression because there's different circumstances. So I'm interested in public comment as well. I read some of the inputs. My reading of the bill, I'm concerned with these lack of initiating of backfires and burnouts, because if you have to go to incident command and you can't communicate and stuff, sometimes that can be a saving procedure in terms of homes and stuff not being affected by the fire. And if you don't have good incident command and communications, which sometimes doesn't happen in these rural areas, then we might have more loss of homes just because of that single provision. I'm not a forestry management expert, but I suspect a little bit more time and effort of really considering what should be in a bill like this would have been beneficial. I'll leave my comment at that.
Supervisor Thomas, did you have anything yet, or?
I do have a couple of questions. Thank you. Has CSAC or RCRC taken a position on this bill? I recognize that it was just introduced, I believe, the beginning of March. But do we have any, I know there was concern from some of those organizations. Do you have any knowledge of that?
I don't have any knowledge of CSAC taking position. I know they had concerns, but I don't think we've officially taken a position that I know of.
Right, and then I can share that RCRC is taking a wait and watch position. They feel that there are some concerns about this bill, the way it's proposed, and want to see more input on it before taking a position.
Okay. I also noticed that there haven't been any letters of support or opposition either way from fire districts or professional associations in that regards. Do we have any knowledge of their position from a larger perspective from fire professionals?
Well, I've talked to a few chiefs and stuff, and they're very supportive of this bill. Also, Nevada County voted 5-0 in support of it. Amador County voted 5-0 for it. Placer County voted 5-0 for it. And the Loggers Association supports this bill. Also, Placer Business Alliance supports this bill. Also, Assemblyman Bigelow supports this bill. So there's been a lot of support for this bill. It really has been. And I think that Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District supports this bill. So there's a lot of support for this bill. It really is. And I think all it is just basically stress, let's just put these fires out.
Well, I certainly support the concept of what this legislation is working to accomplish and appreciate Congressman McClintock's efforts in this regard. I'll have maybe some more comments after public comment. Thank you.
Right, and I guess that would be what I'm hearing is the wait and see approach is to wait and see what, for example, CAL FIRE. It would be nice to know what CAL FIRE thinks about this and more of our fire experts. So, right, that's what I'm looking for also, Supervisor Thomas. So I think with that, then we're ready for some public comment. And
Now taking public comment on item number 27. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
come on up.
Good morning, board. I'm Scott Lindgren. I'm the fire chief of the Tahoe Douglas Fire Protection District. Thanks for having me. I haven't talked to you guys for a while. You might remember me from my previous life. I was the unit chief for the Amador El Dorado unit of CAL FIRE prior to going to the Nevada side of the lake in retirement. I'm here to support this bill wholeheartedly. And I did write a letter of support to McClintock's office. I've been talking to him and LaMafa about this issue for a long time. Things do need to change. I want to make it clear, I'm not here speaking on behalf of CAL FIRE. And to be honest with you, I had to hold my tongue a lot with them because of different political reasons. Now I don't really have to do that. I can just speak honestly and talk from my heart. And I like this bill. I don't think it's strong enough. I don't like the 24 hours. I want all fires suppressed immediately. In today's day and age that we have right now, with our drought conditions, our overgrown forest, and these mega fires that we're seeing, you can't take the chance of allowing them to grow. You've got to get to them as quick as you can when they're small and put them out as fast as you can. I'm not saying that fire is not good for the environment in certain applications, because it absolutely is. But during the fire season, when we're in a big drought and you just nuke the forest, that's not good for the environment. We're all about doing good fire on the environment, but there's very small windows of when you can do that. And they're in the spring right now are good times. And in the fall, there's a tiny window. But during the fire season, you cannot allow these fires to burn and get as big as they are. Once they get that head of steam on them and they get that energy, they are almost impossible to put out until you get a break in the weather or they hit a really big natural barrier. So I'm here in support of the bill. I wish it was a little bit stronger and had a little bit more teeth. This has nothing to do with any hard feelings against the Forest Service, because the bill, if you read it, it also encourages support for the Forest Service with their funding, with their personnel, and increasing in their capabilities to fight fire aggressively. And so I like that. Supervisor Heidel, on your comment about the backfiring, it doesn't say they can't do that. It just says that it has to be communicated through the, which is super important. And there's a lot of times that firing is going on and it's not communicated and it's not in sync. And when it's not communicated, it's super dangerous to firefighters. But it does still allow for that, from my understanding. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them, but I'm here in support of that, and good to see you guys.
Good to see you too.
Quick
Thank you, sir.
clarifying question, if you don't
Absolutely.
mind. Tahoe Fuels and Fire Team, what's their position? Because you're
They-
part of that.
I'm the chair of,
Right,
of the MAC that oversees the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team,
right.
and they are in support of it.
Okay, because I hadn't seen any letters or anything.
Yeah, we
either.
haven't written a letter, but we've all talked about it, and pretty much all the fire chiefs around the lake and then the Tahoe Basin are in
Okay.
support of it.
Okay.
And it's not, is all it's saying is, let's suppress these fires quick when they're small and not let them get big. Use fire as a tool in the environment with the fuels reduction, but use it in the right areas in the right windows. You just can't allow them to burn when we're in these conditions. We can't.
Thanks,
So,
Chief. Appreciate the
thanks.
answer.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi,
And then,
Kimberly Pruitt with Congressman McClintock's office.
so Kimberly, I'm just going to ask the board if we could give her more than the 3 minutes as the sponsor of the bill.
Oh.
I think that would be more
Well,
than fair.
Thank you. My boss is the sponsor, but I'm
Yes,
here on
on
his behalf. And I just want to say thank you for putting this on the agenda today. It's a really important issue. We, as you know, represent 10 counties, and most of our counties are rural in nature, and we've had some of the biggest fires. We've lost so much, especially here on the Caldor. I've seen a lot of you at all of the meetings, came to the regular fire briefings, and we hear from the constituents that we represent here who have lost everything. I'm working a lot with the cabin owners right now, and it's just a really sad situation. And we've been asked to do something about it. What can we do? We've worked with over 40 fire officials to make sure that this bill is not overreaching, but doing enough so that the Forest Service, they can implement these policies. One of the things that I do want to make clear is I work with Jeff Marsley, the Forest Service supervisor. He's an excellent supervisor. We have a great relationship with the Forest Service. They want things to be better as well. To your point, Supervisor Heidel, the congressman has been a big advocate for forestry management over the years. One of the reasons why what happened in Tahoe, the fire laid down, is because of the work that's been done up there. And a lot of that's because of the work that we've done and some of the bills that we've passed, not the congressman specifically. Well, actually he did. We got a CE, a categorical exclusion, into the WIN Act as part of the Lake Tahoe Restoration Act and all of that. And because of that, the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team has been able to do more work around the basin because of that CE. right before this fire started, I was on the El Dorado National Forest on a field trip with Jeff Marsley with the Forestry Association, talking about how we needed to get that CE on the El Dorado. The congressman called Supervisor Marsley. We started working on legislation, couldn't get anything through last year. However, the fire broke out. And, the first thing the congressman said is, what can we do? Let's be up there. We tried to come every day to the meetings, make sure that the Forest Service, everyone had what they needed. It was devastating. He was devastated by what was happening and really cares and wants to make a change. And so our constituents have been asking us, pleading with us, please do something. We've worked with the Forest Service for years. Randy Moore is actually, the congressman has his cell phone on speed dial, the chief of the Forest Service. They know where we stand on these things. But this bill, the point I'm trying to make is this bill, I'm going to tell you what it doesn't do. It doesn't say that you can't do prescribed fire. It doesn't say that you can't use fire as a management tool. It doesn't say that you can't use backfires. It doesn't say that in this bill. It also says you will put it out within 24 hours when applicable. Obviously, if you have 30 lightning strikes, you can't get every single one of those lightning strikes, but you try to get on, you try to get on the fire. During the Caldor fire, and Chief Lindgren can attest to this, on one of the days when we couldn't use air resources, we had a fire start. We had 2 fires start in our district, one in Tuolumne County, one in Calaveras County. You know what they did? They took resources off this fire for an hour or 2, flew down to the Columbia airport, put those fires out. We would have lost the whole town of Sonora if they hadn't done that. Literally within an hour, they had them down there fighting those fires. We would have lost another town like Grizzly Flats. So this is about the health and safety of our communities. As far as support, we have a lot of support coming in for the bill. We don't have all the letters yet, but Mountain County Water Agency, which you're a part of, EID and, Georgetown and South Lake Tahoe PUD, they've all signed on to. I have a great letter from them. They're very concerned about the watershed. When the King Fire happened, I was in a helicopter flying over the King Fire with the congressman. And we did everything we could on that fire to get more restoration done after the fire. But the water agencies are telling us, that the amount of damage to our watershed and our environment after these fires is astronomical. And we have to, that's part of the reason why we have to put them out sooner. And I'm sorry, I'm going on and on and on. I know that this bill doesn't do enough, like Chief Lindgren said, but it is a start. And like I said, we consulted with over 40 fire officials. A lot of the CAL FIRE people and the fire chiefs, they don't want to come out and speak publicly. I worked really closely with the Nevada County, Placer County CAL FIRE Chief Brian Estes. And that's why we have Nevada County and Placer County support, because they had some fires in their areas as well, and that could have been like the Caldor. I do believe on the Caldor that they did try to get on it right away. I do, but the Tamarack is a different story. And poor Alpine County, they are devastated over there because most of their economy is outdoor recreation.
Tourism.
And, so I'm working with Alpine County. I'm actually going to be talking to them this morning, and I do believe that they'll be supporting it. I've got Amador County, Nevada County, Tuolumne is looking at it. And like I said, a lot of RCRC isn't taking a position right now but it's interesting, the chair of RCRC is supporting this bill. And many members in our district who sit on RCRC have already supported the bill. It's just that, it's people don't want to upset the apple cart with the Forest Service, but I can assure you, we have a great relationship with the Forest Service. I actually talked to Jeff Marsley about this bill. He said, Kim, I know it's nothing personal. I know you guys are just trying to fix things. So that's where we're at. I do appreciate you hearing it, and thank you so much.
Kimberly, hold the phone. Does anybody have any clarifying questions before Kimberly?
What would the Forest Service say if they were here? Can you, because I'm
well-
just trying to figure out all the sides.
Well,
and
the Forest Service
questions
is,
here.
they have a lot of rules and regulations, and as far as resources, so kind of want to talk about resources a little bit. The Forest Service right now, if you talk to the Forest Service, they have more money now than they've had in forever. They have a ton of money. They're hiring lots of people for forestry. They came out with a 10-year forestry management plan to pick up the pace and scale, which we're really happy about. We're trying to help untie their hands with a lot of things. NEPA, National Environmental Policy Act. One of the reasons why we're able to get more done in Tahoe than we can here is because we have a categorical exclusion for up to 10,000 acres. We're trying to enact those kinds of policies. If you talk to the folks in the basin, they would like to see more. And Sue, you work with them, and it's one of those issues where the environmental communities come on board. Like a lot of these projects that we got the categorical exclusion on, we haven't seen one lawsuit because people see what's going on. They want to protect their communities and they want to protect the environment, the lake. So, I mean, the Forest Service has pushed back a little bit on this bill. I think part of it is because it does put a little bit more pressure on them. If you read the bill, I mean, the language in the bill, it says when applicable.
Yeah, and that's my concern, is that one part of theirs is that gets a little gray area there.
When
and I worry about
applicable,
that.
so that we specifically used an attorney to help us write this. We worked with Congressman LaMalfa. We have support from all the Western members of Congress, the Western Caucus, because they're having the same problems in their states. It says when applicable. So say you've got 5 fires going on at one time. We had the Dixie, the Caldor, we had all these fires going on, and you're low on resources. Then you look to your local and your state and you use all available resources available. So sometimes on these fires, when they start on federal land, the federal government will say the first few hours, the local mutual aid will come. I'm working with the El Dorado Fire Chiefs Association right now to help them with their mutual aid agreement with the Forest Service. But sometimes there's this parochial and, where the federal government, no, you guys go away. But we want to see it where if a local fire department or a CAL FIRE unit that's close can get on that fire immediately, that they're able to do that, get reimbursed and all that kind of stuff. So we're working on all of that, but there have been issues in the past. And like I said, we've consulted with over 40 retired or regular fire professionals on this bill, Forest Service and CAL FIRE and local, to make sure that the language was okay in the bill. I don't know, like I said, a lot of CAL FIRE folks can't officially come out, unless CAL FIRE takes an official position on it. And there's a lot of politics that go with all that. But this bill does not say that you can't use prescribed fire, you can't use fire as a management tool, and you can't use backfires. It just says to, better communication basically on these fires.
Which I think we all agree is needed.
Yeah.
That's an
absolutely.
obvious, but again,
Yeah.
I worry about the heavy-handedness of a political will going over that of what makes sense for the operations of a fire unit.
Well-
So that's my biggest concern.
Well, and a lot of times, I mean, those of us that, Scott can attest to this,
Right.
That go to these command centers. I was at the King Fire incident with the congressman on the day that we thought we were going to lose Georgetown and Forest Hill. And we had a firefighter come up with tears in his eyes saying, "Congressman, I can't even get to this fire. We don't have good logging roads anymore. We don't have, so, and the congressman asked him, what we could do back then. And he said, treatment matters. And so that's what we've been working on for the last 13 years, really pushing more, picking up the pace and scale on forestry management. And we have in a lot of ways. I mean, the ball's moved a little bit more, but it's really hard with some of the pushback that we get from, the environmental community, and also some of the environmental laws that we put in place over 45 years ago. They do need some changes. And that's why it's working in Tahoe. We got that small little change there, and it's working.
TRPA's been, we just approved more mechanical treatments and
Yes.
things like that. And it's going to make a difference. It's going to take time.
Mhm.
So again, my concern is just the overreach now,
Right.
considering that we are all moving that way.
Right. And so the main reason for this bill is pure and simple. It's not political, okay, whatsoever. This is about the health and safety of our communities. I was at the King Fire when we thought we were going to lose the town of Georgetown. We lost Grizzly Flats. We almost lost South Lake Tahoe. So that's all this is about. This isn't political. We're trying to get ahead of fire season, just make people aware. And you know what? There was a fire in Groveland over the weekend, and you know what? The Forest Service got right on it and put it out. So we were happy. So it's about just making sure that, those policies of letting these fires burn for a couple weeks at a time, 10 days at a time, we can't do that anymore. In the proper conditions we can, but not right now. So.
Anyone else have a
I just
question?
also had one
before we go?
clarifying question. Is there any discussion about incident command and how that transfers from one agency to another agency? Because the timeliness of getting a more aggressive attack is very important. And I'm not
Right.
sure if there's any consideration of that. I didn't see it in the bill, but is there any discussion on it?
Yeah, there's a working group. Congressman Lamalfa's office and our office put together a working group of former wildland firefighters and folks in the Forest Service and CAL FIRE. I'm actually Rocky Deal, our chief of staff, would be a better person to ask that question because I'm not privy to all the conversations that they're having. But yeah, there is a lot of conversation about how these incident commands are handled. I think that in general, they do a really good job, but occasionally you have one that because a lot of times the Forest Service, they bring people in from, all over the country. They
Right.
don't know the local area. And that's why this local, going back to local and state control, ask the people who know best, ask your fire chiefs, ask your folks on the ground here, rather than bringing someone in from, North Carolina to do an incident command in, California.
Right.
So it's more about just utilizing all of your resources that you have locally. And it makes sense. I mean, the congressman's very much a local person. He usually doesn't come to the board of supervisors and say, you have to do this or that. He usually is trying to say, what does the board of supervisors say? But in this situation, we're just trying to get support for our bill, just to show the community that we are trying to do something about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're good. I just from me, Kimberly, I wish that the 40 folks that you had worked with, and I get what you're saying, but it would have been nice for us to have seen who they were, because I think that would help with the.
I mean, I can give you a list. He was one of them. And he CAL FIRE for how many years? 33. I mean, I can provide you a list. I mean, we have a,
Because that's kind of what I've been hearing is the concern is the support truly mostly Scott has been political support versus the fire community. And
I
that's
wouldn't call water agencies, and I'm talking Mountain County Water Agency has like 35 small water
which we just
agencies.
got like yesterday. So just, but early
Yeah, well,
on,
we
I've
just
been looking
introduced
for
it.
the fire agencies,
Well,
just
we
so you
inter-
know.
We introduced the bill like 2 weeks ago, but by the end of next week, I'll probably have 20 more letters of support, and they're not political. I mean, the city of Lincoln, the city of Rockland, the city of Roseville, all of those communities in Placer County and Tahoe, I mean, the economic loss that we had from not being able to do outdoor activities and all the cancellations up there. I mean, I don't even know if they came up with a number. I was trying to get a number of how many millions of dollars we
Yeah.
lost. You lost, because that's, that money, part of that money comes here.
Oh, absolutely. But we
You
just
know, it's-
want to be thoughtful that we're not tying hands. And I agree with Supervisor Novosel. We are making great strides towards, where we want to be with how we do forest management. We've made really big strides the last couple of years, and I appreciate that. So I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that we're not inadvertently, tying some hands
Yeah.
on tools, and that's all it
Right.
is. And I appreciated, Scott, when you said, during fire season, of course, things are way too dry now. And this bill doesn't differentiate, I don't believe, between, you know, fire season and winter time and all that. So I just want to make sure that we're not
Yeah, but remember,
overreaching.
it doesn't say, you know, if you read it,
I
it's
have
very
it.
short.
I think we've all read it.
It
Yeah.
does not say that you can't do prescribed fire. It does not say that you can't use fire as a management tool. It doesn't say any of that in here.
Well, but it
Yeah,
does, it does kind of try to put a responsibility on it. And that's my big concern is, in the midst, because we've seen it and, I was there at Command Center up at Heavenly a couple times and, it's a volatile is a good word to say,
Yeah.
moving around. There's so many,
Right.
things and you've got your incident commander that's changing every couple of weeks. And with everything going on, I worry that needs to be really tight on who
Yeah.
does what and where that
Yeah.
responsibility lies. And the fact that we have force management that's changing is great. That's not the issue here today. The issue is
Right.
this is more about what's happening, in that incident command area. So
Yeah. And it does say to the maximum extent practicable.
Right.
So
right.
if
Right.
you've got,
There's a
you know,
caveat in there.
Yeah, but that
there's
we need to find
wording.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah,
Subjective.
yeah.
Yes,
And
it
I
is.
mean, like I said, Lori, I'd be glad to provide you with a list of fire officials. I'll have Rocky, our chief of staff, reach out to you with that. But I mean, we have so much support for this bill. I would hate to see, we'd love to have your support.
And I appreciate it. Thank
Yeah.
you so much. And you just understand what a complex issue this is. And that's why we're trying to be thoughtful. That's all it is.
I get it. I'm living it every day.
Yeah. Very good.
I'm sure you are.
Thank you, Kimberly. We appreciate you
Thank you.
being here so much.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
thanks,
much.
Kim.
Come on up, Toby.
Hello, board. Toby Madison, Grizzly Flats, California. So we're kind of firsthand in all of this, so we'd like to give our voice on this. So I'm going to read you some facts real quick from the U.S. Forest Service. Forest Service firefighters, in cooperation with other federal agencies, tribes, state agencies, and local governments, suppress over 98% of all wildfires during initial attack with aggressive firefighting techniques that uses all available resources. In California this year, we've suppressed over 1,100 wildfires in areas where the Forest Service has jurisdiction responsibility. Even with the high success rate in catching fires early, the 1% to 2% of wildfires that escape initial attack move faster, grow larger, and even do more harm to communities and resources that in previous years. As a result, California residents are frustrated by the increasing threat of catastrophic fire to lives, structures, and businesses. Now, y'all know me, I'm a statistics guy. I love numbers because numbers don't lie. Anytime you have a group of individuals that are public servants that have to make best decisions for the public, you need accurate information. You need accurate numbers. You need accurate statistics. Usually things don't change until the numbers get greater. If they come at you and say 1% or 2%, people go, oh, that's not bad. No problem. We're doing good. These numbers are not true. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure that out. Look at the fires that happened. If you add up those fires and the containment of those fires and how long it took to put those fires out, 30 days, 60 days, whatever the case may be, that is not within those ratios of what the U.S. Forest Service is putting out. Statistics need to be right so people can make better decisions. I support this bill. I also believe that it needs to be more. Okay, there's other things that need to happen that we need to worry about. Number one thing is incident command. Number one, there should not be any bickering. There should not be any, if CAL FIRE can get to that fire and put it out, it needs to be put out. When you say we have resources and you have helicopters sitting on a tarmac that can fly at night and can fly through smoke, they can fly through a hurricane. They need to be putting that fire out within 10, 15 hours tops. That didn't happen. They sat on a tarmac. Those helicopters didn't go until after we were already wiped out. That is not using all your resources, and that is not representing facts to give to the people that need to make these decisions. So the analysts need to not be talked to. It's the people on the ground like that man right there that know what's going on. We let analysts and people that are not out there dictate to what we do. And that's how decisions are made, and it needs to stop. Thank you, board.
Thank you,
Thanks, Toby.
Joey.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors, Dale Ashton. Tim Cordero, the Chair of the El Dorado County Fire Chief Association. And for the record, the El Dorado County Fire Chief Association, we have not taken a stand on this. We have had a lot of discussion about the bill. It's relatively new. It's come out in the last few weeks. Ironically, a lot of our discussions have been exactly what you've kind of heard here today. We understand the public support and interest to make some changes operationally with how our forests are being managed, how the fires are being suppressed, and all those type of things. But we share a lot of the same concerns. Is this enough? Does it need to be more of a holistic overview of a total management program versus a piece of legislation? And is the legislation actually the correct avenue for this change to take place? And it really seems to be more of an overview of policy at the Forest Service of how they're managing their forest, what their suppression techniques are, and their stance on that. So we're not opposed to the bill. We're not in support of it. We have a lot of the same concerns and discussions that have taken place here today by not only the Board of Supervisors, but as it's been mentioned from staff. We do appreciate Congressman McClintock for pushing this bill forward and recognizing that there is a need for a change in how the perceived operations are at the U.S. Forest Service. And our position has kind of been having these discussions to see what else can they do, what type of things can they bring in. The questions about the 24-hour and the backfires, a lot of those things are legitimate questions, a lot of legitimate concerns as to perhaps it isn't going far enough. And we'd hate to see this to be something that's a bill that's put through and it's a one and done. There really needs to be more to it. So I'm happy to hear that there's a group that's working on that. That's exactly kind of the conversations we've had amongst our group. But at this point, we have not had a position on a stance on it this time. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
My name's Leo Bennett, Coach Sean. My wife's immune compromised, which is why I wear a mask. Hopefully someday we don't have to explain that in these contentious times. Now we all get a right to do what's best for our families. I'm here to speak that the wait and see attitude to HR 6903 is the best attitude. This is a new bill. You've heard concerns on both sides. You have not heard from all the different people that are voicing support, and you have not heard from people that have concerns. From the perspective of what I'm reading, this is a bill that has no chance of currently being passed. Now that can change, but the current metrics is that it has about a 2% chance. So I feel that it's better for the board to take a wait and see attitude, not be as quickly reactive as some of your other boards, because you have a reputation of being a thoughtful board, looking at the data. The initial analysis of the bill, which I'm concerned wasn't in your packet for the public to read. It's just 22 lines, and it states very clearly that the Secretary of Agriculture through the Chief of Forest Service shall, at the maximum extent practical, use all available resources to carry out fire suppression with the purpose of extinguishing fires detected on national forest lands not later than 24 hours after such wildfire is detected. As the previous speaker said, sometimes practical revisions of protocols and online management strategies are not best served by a top-down policy approach that currently is being interpreted as a rollback to when the Forest Service did extinguish all fires and found that that created fuel load issues and lots of other things of unintended consequences. I am sorry to have to speak a little bit disrespectfully towards the congressman, but when I read the best approach to handling these complex, enormous fires that can get out of hand with climate change and everything is an extremely experienced and well-compensated firefighting corps. And he is still trying to undo stating, hey, firefighters is unskilled labor. And I'm here to tell you, as the relative of a recently retired CAL FIRE worker, that still, pardon the pun, burns. So I urge you to consider what I'm hearing, which is that a wait and see attitude, get more facts, get a better conversation, improve this bill, and increase is the best way. Thank you for
Leo.
taking my comment.
Lars Knutson, District 5. Rahm Emanuel said something, don't let a good crisis go to waste. And the way I look at, this is a political matter. I'm calling it out for what it is. I'm a retired firefighter, and we need to change it into a spiritual situation. Fires are a business, makes a lot of money, as the Supervisor George was saying. I think he said something like 1 point something billion was spent last year. I know that the Caldor fire was, the suppression cost was $271 million. There's 58 counties in California, if I believe correctly. I did the math, and it runs out, if we took about $4.7 million per county and got proactive and start spending the money now before we get the crisis. I came to you 3 years ago and said, we don't wait for crises, events to come, and we start praying. And you know my stance on faith, and I ask God to touch us and use us in Jesus' name. Let us reason together. Prophet Isaiah, he spoke this, and our mission comes from Isaiah 1:18, where the prophet says to Judah, come now and let us reason together. Wow, I got that done in 90 seconds. Thank you, Lord. Let our county be the beacon in this state. Don, David, all of you, this is an opportunity. There's enough faith in it. We open up in prayer, and that's a good thing, but we got to operate in power. And John 15 mastication project, I mentioned that last week, I believe. And John 15, you know, God's the vine, we're the branches, and he's cutting out the branches that don't bear fruit. And hopefully I'm getting a little more fruity. You know, the King Fire, I was the guy that picked up the guy that started the fire. The Holy Spirit had me pick him up. And I saw what happened. I saw the fire come right down my street, headed towards my house. I commanded that thing to go the other way. And it went the other way. I don't like fire, but there's a good aspect to fire. And what we need to get rid of is the strange fire in California and in DC, and bring in some holy fire. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars.
Chris Payne, Pedersen Ranch Fire Safe Council. I'm also on the board of El Dorado County Fire Safe Council, so I try to keep up with what's happening. Here's the reason why you support this, Supervisor Huddle. There's a lot of things from a county perspective that you're trying to do right now, where a split board on this issue would not be a good indication of how you all feel. Because fundamentally, I think as a 5-0, you could support this and not suffer anything that would be considered a negative. And I'll tell you why. For all the things that Kimberly had said, chiefs have said, scripture, we all come down to, what does a bill do? A bill goes in to committee, there's discussion. Eventually it makes it possibly to the full house for more discussion. All of that discussion is good. So to not support this, to get it to that level of discussion, I think would be incorrect. Here's the other thing. This is a bipartisan issue. Wildfire, people losing their homes. It crosses the line. It's bipartisan. And so there isn't anything, even though Lars, I love the guy, he talks about politics and stuff. But I think in this case, the support is there by the people, the community, to have this thing go forward. So that should be a 5-0. For other reasons, you'll have to debate that. I believe Colorado and their communities, I believe Texas and their communities, I believe some parts of Arizona, New Mexico, all of this that has to do with wildfire is immediately on the minds of everybody. And here in El Dorado County, it's what's going to happen now this summer. And I think this is critically important because you didn't get from FEMA individual assistance, but you're attempting to try to move in that direction. Stay together on this, please. I'm going to add, let's see. The reason why King Fire has a hole there that didn't burn is because it's a granite cap and it didn't have the fuel loading in order to be able to burn there. If that granite cap wouldn't have been there, it would have gone right over the ridge, just like Caldor Fire did into the basin. So I love the fact that it stopped. Thank you very much. I'll leave you with a positive comment.
Thank you, Chris.
Hello, board. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Candace Flaming, and we lost our home in the Caldor fire. I think that it is so important that we stand behind this bill for many reasons. We're about to go back into fire season right now. We never even had winter this year. Have you seen winter? Because I haven't seen it. You know what that means? That means that our forest is still a standing tinderbox waiting to go up again. This last summer, it was my home. But this summer coming, it could be one of yours, because we need the fire suppression. We have poor forest management out there. If we don't jump on these fires, it's going to take the next person's home in our community. Do you want to continue to deal with the communities that are getting devastated by fires because we're not suppressing them in a timely manner? The U.S. Forest Service needs to step up and take out the fire as soon as it happens. We totally stand behind this bill. Just this last summer alone, 220,000 plus acres burned just in the Caldor fire. Over 1 million acres burned in the Dixie fire, and over 63,000 acres burned in the Tamarack fire, all led by the U.S. Forest Service. This is terrible. We can't let this continue. Our lives have been destroyed, and we're trying to fight every day to rebuild them. Is this something you want to deal with on a daily basis, every single year? No, we need to stand behind this bill, make things change. Poor forest management and getting on this fire immediately, that is what can save our communities and save lives. What happened in the Caldor fire could have been prevented. The entities need to come together and work together. CAL FIRE is there ready to put it out. Community members, logging crews, ready there to put that fire out, suppress it. But the chain of commands are saying, no, we can't do that. We have to follow jurisdiction. The U.S. Forest Services was in charge. Guess what? We burned ultimately because of poor management on the fire lines and not jumping on that fire when it should have been suppressed in the first 24 to 48 hours. It was 40 acres. That 40 acres turned into 220,000 acres in 3 days. Let's change this. Let's make lives better for other people. It doesn't change my life. It doesn't fix what already happened, but let's save other people's lives. You think Georgetown isn't at risk of burning? You think Somerset isn't still at risk of burning? You think Happy Valley, Garden Valley, all these are still surrounded by the U.S. Forest Service. We need to change this. We need better forest management, and we need better policies that put out these fires immediately and not wait to see what happens. They said it's going to burn up the drainage. It's never going to hit Grizzly Flats. Their model said it would. They knew it would, yet they chose to not suppress that fire. We need something to change. And if we have to go through the legislation to do that, then that's what we do to make lives better for our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rod Pimentel and I live in Camino. And could you hand one of these? I would love it if Don Ashton and David Livingston was going to be here, but they can get a copy of it. I guess I better get started. Our forests are in the worst shape that they could ever possibly be right now. And from 1965 until 1990, we logged approximately 150 million feet off the national forest. From 1990 until just recently, we logged somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 million feet. In that time, there was 40,000 loads of logs that came off the El Dorado National Forest. And since 1990, it's been about 5,000 loads a year comes off the national forest, which is put out of business. Michigan Cow, Placerville Lumber, Wetzel Oviatt, and the mill at Martell. But the thing about this is that a lot of this stuff didn't have to happen, and it shouldn't have happened. There in 1990, there was, or 1980 something, there was like 147 mills in California. Now there's 27. So all of our forests are so overgrown that there's no possibility of doing anything. It needs to be more than just a fire suppression. We have to get our mills back. We have to get wood products going. We need to put cogeneration plants in. We need to really sit down and get stuff going. There's a resolution in here that we wrote in 2014 before the King Fire. They gave the county the ability to go to the Forest Service and tell them that we need to do something with our forests. Nobody ever did anything with that. Since the year 2000, the biggest 20 fires in California, all but 2 of them have been in California. The largest fires ever in California have been since the year 2000. That was 10 years after they quit the logging in El Dorado County. This isn't only in our county. This is not only in our state. It's the 11 Western states that the Forest Service has the jurisdiction to do this. You can look in Oregon, Washington, Colorado. You can look at all those places. They're all burning up because we don't have any representation with the Forest Service. And like I've said 1,000 times, their office is 1,000 feet across the road, and they might as well be 10,000 miles away, or the 3,000 miles that they're in Washington, D.C., because they don't care about our community. You're the ones that need to care about our community. And we talk about the people that were lost in the Caldor fire. How about all the animals? They want to protect all these animals. How many millions, billions? We don't even know the animals that died in these fires that are going on. And if you look, the Angora fire, and when you look at the size of these, the Angora fire was only a couple thousand acres.
Thank you, Rod.
Okay,
I
there were
know.
only a couple thousand acres. The last
Thank
of
you,
them have
Rod.
been in the
Rod.
hundreds of thousands.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? We're going to move on to our online. Come on up.
David Bryan. I'm just really a passerby. I had actually no intention of coming to this meeting. I'm a business owner of DB Transit, and I'm a good friend of my friend Toby Magnuson here. I just wanted to get up real quick and just bring to you the actual figures of the most recent IPCC, the global panel on climate change, where scientists from all around the world get together. And regardless of what this, whether you've even read the report, I think it's like 600 pages long, but the key statements are in there. It's going to get hotter, a lot hotter. And what you do today is, is going to have effect, and I mean, I think they said they're going to a median global rise in temperatures of almost 1.7 degrees over the next 30 years. So that's something to be taken account of too. It's going to get much, much hotter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Thank you. Can you hear me? It just took a while for that to come up on my screen.
We got
Can
you,
hear-
Ruth. Yep. we
Okay,
hear
great.
you.
So first, I just want to mention, I think there's a lot of common ground for everyone who's in the room and for all the call-ins, regardless if they're yay, nay, or someplace in between on this. And I just want to point out the common ground is that all of us feel that human life, property, infrastructure, and then recreation, in that order, are of utmost importance. And of course, everyone wants to protect those four. I'll say them again: human life, homes, the infrastructure, meaning the ditches and such, and the recreation lands and businesses. I'll add that in there too. So that there's no question there. Everyone is on the same page with that. And I think the question really is how to proceed. And as has been said by many, extremely complex issue. This isn't a one and done, this is the way we do it. Many layers, many experts, many people who know things so far beyond most of us. And I appreciate the experts coming to the stand and giving their thoughts on this. And I think it's very telling that our local, one of our local fire chiefs has said they haven't taken a stand, and that you don't have letters from the fire officials. I think those are really needed. And as far as having a list of those that have been worked with, that the gal from McClintock's office is offering, that's very helpful. But having a list of the names doesn't really tell us what their stands are either. I think we have to really just step back and just see the wisdom, for instance, in, I'll just say it, Native American methods of land management, of letting the lightning strikes burn the land. And people are recognizing more and more the wisdom in the Native American practices. And it's a nuanced issue. We can't have a broad stroke in saying every fire within X number of minutes must be suppressed. Of course, where there are homes and lives and businesses and a recreation and infrastructure, of course, we want to protect that. I don't think anyone would ever question that. No one's ever going to say, let those homes burn. Of course not. But, okay, 30 seconds. But there are those vast areas in which I don't think we're qualified to say whether those vast areas, if they're not burning in the direction of homes and peoples and businesses, are we qualified to say not to let those burn? Is there a forest management method that does promote the burning in those areas that are not populated? So I think we should slow down. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Now taking public comment from Laurel Brentham.
Good morning, supervisors. Laurel Brentham, CEO, El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce. We are the founding organization of Sustainable Forest Action Coalition that has been an organization advocating for forest management since the closing of the mill in Camino. We were originally formed to try to reopen that mill, but we had failed attempts at that. But one of the reasons it's a failed attempt is because of the lack of forest management and forest fires. We started out with 6 people in our organization. We've grown it to over the 10 counties that the congressman represents, and including the state of Washington and Oregon, with representation from those folks. It has been long our position that fire suppression should happen immediately. And we strongly, strongly support this action. Then this is not a one and done kind of proposal from the congressman's office. This is an action item to take steps in the right direction to make sure that we get a handle on this and get our forests to a place where you can at least walk through them. So we would really encourage your support of this bill today. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel.
Now taking public comment from Craig Thomas. Craig, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yep, there you go.
Hi. Thanks for the opportunity to speak before the board on this issue. I submitted a 2-page letter that I hope you had a chance to get a look at. I'm a 42-year resident here. I'm part of the Fire Restoration Group, a nonprofit that supports good fire on the landscape. And believe me, doesn't want to see some of the things that have been happening over the last 20 years, particularly in the Sierra Nevada mountain range in terms of uncharacteristic fire any more than any of you. But this is a misguided piece of legislation, and it's misrepresented today, and I'm going to speak to some of that. Okay, please do not hamstring the Forest Service's flexibility in order to make their professional decisions when they're dealing with a wildfire situation in California. It doesn't mean that, the idea that they have, as been suggested here, a let burn strategy that's reckless, that's intentionally reckless, is absurd. That is truly reprehensible. I know these people. I've had my debates with the Forest Service. I've known, worked with them for 30 years. Fire is a very beneficial part of the California landscape. Much of the reason why we're in this wildfire mess is two things. One, that glorious time that Mr. Toombook spoke about is when we were liquidating the large old growth fire resilient trees out of this mountain range. When I started getting involved, it was only 15% of those trees left in the Sierra Nevada that we wish to God we had back right now. And the other is excluding good fire from this very fire dependent landscape. The reason why we're in so much trouble and we see this horrendous intensity like in the King Fire or the Creek Fire or the Dixie Fire, because we've fought a natural process and we've lost. We need to restore fire. There is a very detailed go, no-go strategy that the Forest Service uses when they make these decisions to balance, protection and prevention with utilizing ignitions for resource benefit. I urge you not to hamstring them by supporting this letter and this misguided bill. Instead, support the California Strategic Plan for expanding the use of beneficial in fire. That includes prescribed burning, cultural burning, and wildfire management for resource benefits. It was created collaboratively by the Natural Resources Agency, CAL FIRE, Forest Service, other agencies, fire scientists, fire practitioners, and NGOs with fire policy experience. It is the key restoration guidance document for California. And keep up the good support for the SOFAR Collaborative and the work we're doing in the Georgetown area. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board for discussion. Thoughts? District 2. Yeah, there's light on.
All right. Well, also, I just wanted to say the American Loggers Council supports this bill. One of the things that we need to be is good stewards, and we're not. This has been going on for a long, long time, and think about this. The Forest Service doesn't own this land. We do. We, the people, own this land. So we need to take responsibility when there's a horrific fire. We need to put this fire out. But we also should have good forest management. Being a steward of the land, that's what it should be. And we haven't done that for years. Way back when these fires broke out, the loggers went out and put these fires out. The people that worked at the mills went out and put these fires out. They worked alongside, side by side with these fire agencies and made it happen. We don't have that anymore because of the policies that have changed over the years. Like I was talking about, we need to work together. When there's a fire, if there's logging crews in the area, let them go and put it out. They have all the equipment there to fight fires. They're required by law to have them there, especially if a fire breaks out, to put these fires out. But when they go there and the Forest Service tells them to stand down, we'll handle it. That's not right. We need to have every resource that we have available to put these fires out so they don't spread, so we don't have these horrific fires like the King Fire and the Caldor Fire. And we would have never lost Grizzly Flat if that would have took place.
Supervisor Thomas?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to thank Kimberly for being with us today. Your comments were very helpful, Kimberly, and so appreciate the knowledge that the congressman in your office his office has been working collaboratively with local agencies to effect proper change. I think that was one of my primary concerns, and that is certainly, as we all, I think, believe, it's critically important. There is absolutely a general consensus that there needs to be a change in how the Forest Service Administration operates in terms of wildfires. I think we're all aligned in that. And I appreciated all the thoughtful public comments today. Our neighboring counties have supported this direction. And given the extreme drought conditions, I am happy to lend my support today as well. However, I would hope that as this legislation moves forward and is amended, that the Forest Service is directed to continue to work collaboratively with local fire agencies to effect proper change, both in terms of fire suppression and forest management, which are critical tools. So thank you so much.
Thank you Supervisor Thomas. Supervisor Novosel.
Thank you. And thank you, Kimberly, and to the office, Conduct's office for all the work. I know you've been very, very strong advocate on helping, and certainly appreciate all your work on this. And that of you, Scott, Chief Lindgren. I have to say, I live in Christmas Valley, nearly lost my house. And if it wasn't for Tahoe Douglas and Lake Valley coming in, we would have lost that valley. So again, thank you. And I'm there with Grizzly Flats understanding. I don't think I heard one comment today I didn't disagree with. It's incredibly important that we move forward in understanding that our management in our forest, and I'm not going to point a finger, it's just, we need to change. And that needs to happen now. And I think it is happening. We've got unprecedented amount of money coming to Tahoe for our fuels reduction right now. And I'm so excited about it. And again, TRPA has always been very conservative or environmentally thinking type of group. We are now moving forward, understanding that this needs to happen. Yeah, we're all waking up, to these giant horrific fires and understanding we need to do more. I'm right there. My concern is, and I'm continuing to have this concern, is that, and we've done this before with bills that go into legislature, is this the right time? Does this need more vetting? Do we need to make sure that this is going forward correctly? And that's my only concern. Because again, I absolutely agree that we need to do this, and I'm happy to lend support to any kind of movement where we are understanding. But I worry that I don't want to point fingers at anyone. I want to make sure we all work together. And I'm still not seeing that. I'm hearing conversations that they're having. Again, what we've done in the past on this board is to say, hang on, wait, let's get it vetted out. Let's get a bill that we know is going to go into a system of passage, because there's going to be amendments. We know that. And to lend support to something right now when we're not sure exactly what we're supporting because it's going to change, that concerns me. That's my only concern. But again, I absolutely agree that you're moving in the right direction. And I thank you, Kimberly, and to the office there, because it is important. But if you hear my vote other way, it's just because I would like to see us vet it out a little more. I do feel it's a little premature on this. I'd like to see CSAC and RCRC and all of our fire chiefs with letters. I haven't seen that yet. When we get it there, then absolutely 100%, 200%. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Novosel. Supervisor Hardall.
So like a lot of pieces of proposed legislation, I support this in concept. I'm concerned it's not enough. I'm concerned, as Chief Cordero brought, is this the right vehicle? Is this the proper approach? The fact that it advances and hopefully accelerates the discussion of what needs to happen to address the forest management issue and to really provide the resources to extinguish fires quickly, but recognizing if you don't reduce the fuel load, all you're doing is worsening that environment in these very rural areas. So at some point, if you don't reduce the fuel load, you're going to have a bigger fire and it's going to move faster than if you allow parts of it to burn. So I'm a little concerned that of the approach the legislation is taking. It's very simple, it's very straightforward, but even that gets to be controversial. So I'm going to support this from the standpoint of, I think it's the right conceptual thing to do. I'm just not sure that all of the checks and balances are in place to make it successful. But as Supervisor Novosel pointed out, there will be amendments, there will be changes, it will evolve. But I think at this point, it's important for the board to make a statement, to move forward with this, to get behind it and support it, because it does advance the discussion. And hopefully something very valuable will come out of it, unlike the Board of Supervisors statements that came out of 2014. I read this and I'm going, wow.
Right.
Where did this come from? Really?
So-
So we have some issues there, but anyway.
So I have a suggestion. Based on what I'm hearing, I'm wondering if we would like to, as a board, because I think we do want to make a statement and we do want to support our communities. And we do want to be cautious though with legislation. That's just who we are. And I agree, Supervisor Novosel. We have done that before. We've supported a bill and then the bill got changed and so what I'm suggesting is that we take a step back, we have time and rewrite our letter to be a little more thoughtful, conceptual, include other things that we heard so many great suggestions today of what else we'd like in it perhaps, and kind of craft it a little more than just a yes, but have it be a more thoughtful, inclusive letter, if you guys would be willing to
So
do
more of a
that.
concept of what we're talking about rather than of the bill itself, that I would agree to that. That the concept is what I'm completely 100% behind.
Absolutely.
It's just how we get there. And I'm a little concerned that we're not there yet to understand.
Right.
So-
And to just conceptual support of this idea, but then some of the other things that were brought up today, we could include it in this letter. So I'm just wondering if that would be palatable for everyone.
Yeah, I guess
to
we have
do
to
that.
ask staff to see.
Yeah, how do
Don's
we,
kinda-
do we continue it, rewrite it if we decide to go that route?
Yeah, I would, if the board chooses to go that route, I would suggest you continue this discussion and ask, I guess, my office to take a lead in crafting a letter for your review, and maybe could work with Supervisor Turnbull and the chair to craft that before it gets put back on the agenda.
Right.
And I would just like to see what CSAC has to say and get everything behind that.
Well, and we heard a lot of good suggestions for what more we'd like to see in the direction that we want to go. And so I think that a letter with that would be a little more meaningful. Supervisor Thomas, did you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, I do. Thank you. So you knew I would. Yeah,
I was waiting.
I think the bulk of the letter is, the bones is good. And I think I love this direction of just adding some of the dialogue that came out today, the thoughtful comments that would just encourage, as this bill moves forward and is amended, to, to talk about fire suppression and just some of the other comments that were raised today. I think staff could easily do that. So I fully support this direction.
Okay, that's kind of where I'm thinking would be a good place for us to go. So do we
I
need,
guess I have one question for Kimberly. What is the timeliness of
I
this action?
forgot to
from
ask that. I meant
standpoint
to
of when
ask
the
that.
reviews
Thank you.
will
can
be
you, so
done?
everybody can hear?
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank
Kimberly.
you. I appreciate that
Yeah.
question.
Because,
meant to
I don't
ask.
want this to take 3 weeks and we miss the envelope to get in.
So the whole reason that we're bringing this forward now is we have fire season coming up.
Right.
Okay, it's coming fast, and we are trying to get a hearing on this bill. And that's why there's a little bit of urgency on getting some support for it. I have several more letters coming in that you haven't yet seen, because we've been working with a lot of different folks, fire officials and different folks that, have been going through their boards as well and getting letters. So I'm sorry I don't have all of those here with me today, but your neighboring counties are supporting. I mean, Amador County 5-0, they were very affected by the Caldor fire, as well as all these other fires. Mountain County Water Agency, like I said, that's not political. These are not political organizations.
But what's
These
what's the actual timeline? I'm sorry, I don't mean to
Oh,
interrupt.
oh,
But
the
sorry,
timeline?
we're back. The question was about the
When will
timeline.
the hearing start?
sorry.
Right.
And the timeline is whatever you want it to be. But we are trying to get a hearing on the bill now. And as one of the constituents here mentioned, these bills go through a process, and they are amended, and they are, they go back and forth. And so I don't know when the bill will be able to get to the committee yet. But
Are we talking days or weeks? Or months?
probably, I'm hoping in the next couple weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
Okay, so
really
we
think
still
we
have
could get something.
Yeah, I mean,
So
it's
if we
really
continue
up to
this
you.
to next week, would that be doable?
Oh, yeah,
Ron?
that's fine. It's up to you.
That meets your criteria, but would it be doable from our perspective?
Not if you want it posted on tomorrow's agenda for next week. I would suggest a 2-week continuance.
2 weeks, but you're not going to have a hearing before 2 weeks.
Okay.
Oh,
probably.
no. I'm just telling you what the urgency is as far as,
Oh, no,
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, again,
Absolutely.
I think that conversation's happening.
Right.
There's a lot of conversation about the changes that need to happen, but legislatively, we still have time. Nothing's going to happen legislatively in the
No.
next couple of weeks. Okay.
No.
Okay.
That's a help. Thank you.
Thank,
Yeah.
thank
Yeah,
you for that
thank you. Appreciate
clarification.
that.
Very good. So if we were to go that route, then John, do we need a motion to do that, or direction, or what do we do
We would need a motion.
to continue with direction
Continue
to
this
staff?
item. Got it. Super. You
Oh
got it.
my gosh,
move
I
that
think.
we continue this item to April 19th, I believe it is, right?
Um,
To bring it
19.
back to the board to add the additional comments as stated here, to really emphasize the broader perspective that the board has discussed with the public and stuff in terms of the needs for forest management, et cetera. But leave the core of the letter in terms of the endorsement the same. That would be the motion.
one of the concerns that I have on this thing, I mean, it's been, I tried to propose this bill 3 weeks ago.
Yep.
And it got delayed and delayed and delayed. Isn't it the responsibility of the board to do more research and to find, more things out and maybe contact the other fire departments and stuff?
I think we should
Isn't
do that
that,
with
we
this
should have,
time. Sure.
shouldn't that have been done 3 weeks ago when it was on
Well, I don't.
Legistar?
This is our
I'm
first
just
chance
asking.
to
George, this is
talk
the
as
first
a
time we got a
board.
conversation.
Just asking.
Yep,
This is the first time we got a conversation. When something goes on Legistar, I can't talk to you, okay? Because you probably talked to somebody else.
I
So let's
understand that.
let's
I
make that
understand
clear.
that, but I'm just asking that question.
But this
that's all.
provides 2 weeks to get that additional input, which I'm
Mhm.
going to reach out to a number of people
Yeah,
and talk
me
to them
too.
personally to try to
Absolutely.
make sure they weigh in,
Yeah.
pro, con, or
Just
neutral.
didn't have that conversation yet, so.
Supervisor Thomas?
I did reach out to fire agencies and got their input this last week. So I think that's a good point. And I think, George, we all conceptually approve of this, absolutely, but we're just tweaking our letter to bring in the thoughtful comments today to make it stronger, to support this bill as it moves forward.
Absolutely. Okay, I like that direction. The motion was made. Anyone want to second it? Because I will.
Yeah, go ahead, Lloyd.
I'll second it. So we need a roll call vote, please, Kim?
Sure. Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnboot, how do you vote?
No.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and we'll get that letter out. Okay, well, not too bad. 10 o'clock item number 28, Kim?
Item number 28 comes from the Agricultural Department on behalf of Fish and Wildlife Commission, recommending the board receive a presentation from Fish and Wildlife Commission.
Good morning, Department of Agriculture. Hi, just to kind of explain, we kind of facilitate the budget for the Fish and Wildlife Commission and help them when they want to do some presentations and bring things to the board. So today, the commission is going to give you a presentation on some things that they've worked on and some things they're looking at to the future. And so I'd like to bring up Patrick Waddell and possibly Kathleen Gerbstead to give you your update.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board.
Good
Thank you for having
morning.
us.
Yeah, good to see you.
We appreciate the opportunity. My name is Patrick Weddle, and I am Chair of the El Dorado County Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'm accompanied today by Kathleen Germstad. She's the Vice Chair. I represent District 4. Kathy represents District 3. We'll start out by going to the next slide, please. So today we want to introduce you to the members of our commission, talk a little bit about our strategy and goals, our duties, some of the accomplishments we made this past year, current efforts, and some of our future plans and needs. Next slide. So this is our group. I've already introduced Kathy and I. We also have in the audience, Eric Harnage, the Secretary, Treasurer of the organization, District 2. Eric, raise your hand. We also have Commissioner at Large, Mike Denega. Not present today, but certainly.
He's there.
You made it.
Steve Horan is one of our members at large, and Dennis Byrne represents District 1. Next slide, please.
So why the commission? I guess I gotta get in front of the microphone.
Yeah.
So why the commission? We're a large county with varied interests and viewpoints and impacts regarding fish and wildlife and game. And some of these individuals and groups that we interact with are hunters, anglers, conservationists, outdoor enthusiasts, and citizens that have concerns such as poaching and human wildlife conflicts. Next slide. So our duties include advising you, the board, on matters pertaining to the conservation of fish, game, and wildlife. Next slide. The commission makes recommendations to the board regarding the expenditure of fish and game preservation funds and finds revenues and performs other duties, functions as directed by the Board of Supervisors. Next slide. And we meet regularly on the last Wednesday of each month. Meeting agendas are posted in advance, and the public is welcome to attend. Next, oh, there we go. Our goals are to serve you, the County Board of Supervisors, and to serve our community. We are to encourage responsible stewardship of El Dorado County's fish, game, and wildlife resources. Our strategy is to actively partner with community stakeholders and others in accomplishment of the Commission's goals. Go back, please. If your eyes gravitate to the image on the far right.
Yeah.
That is not a real turkey. That is actually a decoy.
Right.
That the commission purchased for the game warden, as requested by Lieutenant Robert Para, who's with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I'll take this opportunity to just mention that every meeting, without fail, 2 employees of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife attend our meetings. That's Shelley Blair, our regional ecologist, who always reports on what's happening in the county, be it a turkey hunt, quail hunting, deer capturing, and really lately it's a lot of bear activity up in Tahoe, and Robert Para. Yeah. So we really want to just give them a shout out. I know they're not here today, but I want to thank them for their contribution to our commission. Next slide. This is a list of agencies that members of the commission rely on for sources of relevant news and information. So each of us has our kind of like heartthrob that we tune into, and we bring it to the table and we discuss amongst ourselves. So that, and all of that actually is to report to you guys. So we've got our ear to the rail as much as we can on a lot of these different relevant sources, agencies. Next slide. So here's a laundry list of completed projects. I'm not going to read them to you, but I would like to focus on a few of them. The commission sponsored or co-sponsored 3 kids fishing derbies this year. We contributed to funds for the upkeep of the boat ramp at Finnan Lake. We supported California Department of Fish and Wildlife wardens and biologists, and we donated refurbished fishing rods and reels to the public. Now, the donated fishing rods and reels is something that Commissioner Burns started. And it was initially started to give rods and reels to kids that were victims of the Caldor fire. And it's just blossomed from there. So it's been really nice, cool thing. Next slide. Okay.
So as Kathy mentioned, kids fishing derbies is a big part of what we support, and it's a very popular group of events in El Dorado County. This is just an example of some of the costs involved and some of the co-sponsors that we rely on in promoting and conducting these derbies. And I just might put a plug in right now before I forget that the Lumsden Pond Derby in Placerville is April 23rd. The Lake Walton Georgetown Derby, the Village Green Derby from in El Dorado Hills is June 4th. And we're working on a possible Sawmill Pond Derby in South Lake Tahoe on June 4th. If you've never been to one of these, they're a lot of fun.
So fun, so much fun.
You come out if you can. Next slide, please. So with respect to our budget, we've had carryover funds for a number of years that come from both the Fish and Wildlife Propagation Funds and funds that you, the board, provided to us about 4 years back. Those funds have carried over. They're pretty much expended now. And so we're requesting $15,000 going forward, which we will continue to try and supplement with fish and wildlife propagation funds that come in from the fees and fines that are appropriated against violators of Fish and Game Code in El Dorado County. Slide. When I first came on the commission, oh gosh, it's been 8 years ago now, I believe. One of the things that was clear to us was that El Dorado County seemed to be a haven for poachers. And, you know, in this day of internet and social media, there's a network of poachers and they know where they can go and get away with their violations. So what we did is we, on the commission, developed 4 subcommittees to deal with this. And we kind of decided that we wanted to participate in, as best we could, in the eradication of poaching in El Dorado County. Next slide, please. So we conceived of this virtuous cycle, and I know some of you have heard of this before. The Fish and Wildlife Commission decided that we wanted to encourage support and liaison with those other stakeholders who are involved in the process of arresting, prosecuting, and imposing fines on violators of the Fish and Game Code. So we've worked closely with the game wardens in encouraging their involvement in El Dorado County, and we've had a lot of cooperation from them, as Kathy alluded to, in their enforcement of environmental laws in the county. We've also interacted a lot with the district attorney over the years so that we could encourage their enhanced prosecution of these crimes, which then leads to the imposition of fines by the court. Those, a certain amount of those monies come back to us in the county, which we then use to support the wardens again with things like deer decoys, turkey decoys, and other forms of support. So that virtuous cycle we're always trying to perpetuate, in hopes that we can see reductions of violations in El Dorado County, as well as make sure that these monies do come to us that we deserve. Next slide, please. This is an example of the kinds of monies that we've brought into the county as a result of the fines that are imposed by the courts. We would rather see this trend the other direction, because then that means that we're not, it means less poaching. But you can see that, you know, it's not a lot of money, but it does help in the adoption, the exercise of our virtuous cycle. Next slide, please.
So our current efforts include ongoing projects such as the Bass Lake development and the Finnan Lake restoration. The image on the right, that is Finnan Lake with Commissioner Denega holding his catch of the day. We also want to develop, we're also developing commission resources to work on past and future projects by encouraging cooperative sponsorships and finding funding. We intend to expand community outreach, as with the fishing derbies and donating of rods and reels. And on the horizon, there are new project designs such as family fishing days and developing kids fishing derbies in South County District 2. So, and we also continue to monitor relevant legislation and policy. Next slide, please.
Can you go back? I want to ask a question really quick before I forget. But with your ongoing projects, let's say, and Finnan Lake restoration, which what does that mean? How does your commission engage in that? What is your role?
Well, I believe the Commissioner Denega is the one that has his finger mostly over the years, and that we have communication with the mosquito fire. I think it's the mosquito fire department. And like last year, we donated, I think it was $800 to resurface, not resurface, but to put gravel on their boat ramp. I think in the past, before I was on the commission, there was involvement with some of, I don't know, if you've been out there? It's beautiful. I love
Mhm,
that place.
mhm. That's why I'm curious. I
Yeah.
didn't even know that there was anything going on there.
So,
And
you know, our stakeholders would be the mosquito fire department.
Right.
and Whoever, I think they own that property. I think they do.
okay.
That's in your district, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. It's gorgeous. It's a trek to get there though, but it's
Yeah,
well worth it.
yeah,
Well
I
worth
really
it.
wanna go.
Yes. So, and I was just curious because then you're like in the Bass Lake development also, it's like, I just don't understand how the commission engages in these things is what I'm trying to understand. That's all.
Bass Lake is probably easier to explain. That's a current and ongoing effort, right? So-
Yeah, and should we look like-
Huh?
wanna have Mike?
Yeah, Mike.
Mike?
Mike, you sound like you're the guy.
So some of these projects have been going on for a while.
Right.
Mike is also involved with the Bass Lake
Uh-huh.
Regional Park Development, which is, you know, both of these lakes that I just spoke of, they're, you know, it's like waterfowl. Waterfowl, you know, the birds there are beautiful. I mean,
Yeah, the story of restoration of various lakes in the county is a long story, so I'll try to make it as brief as possible. But it dates back to 1997 when I engaged students in a project called Habitats in the 21st Century. And the whole idea was getting them involved, students involved in managing warm water fisheries in various small agricultural type lakes. So we had grants from Wildlife Forever and Fish America Foundation that got the whole thing going. And Finnan Lake, as an example, from the beginning was a lake that was stocked. It was drained and physically reshaped on the bottom and then restocked from a culvert dam. And so it isn't just the fact that we've done a little bit of boat ramps here and surveys there, but it's heavily involved with a lot of activity. So
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And that's what I was trying to figure out. So it's the management and making sure that when they do projects and stuff that, you know, there's somebody keeping an eye on things also, because I'm very familiar with Shelley Blair. She's amazing. I'm glad that she's a part of your resource team.
And Bass Lake is a recent one because of the development of the park. They asked for help with fisheries, and so we involved the Oak Ridge competitive fishing team with doing surveys of Bass Lake and getting a handle on what kind of fishery we had out there and so forth. So in the case of Bass Lake, Cameron Park Lake, Wakamatsu out of the American Conservancy, Finnan Lake, those are all lakes that get volunteers from us and are constantly monitored for their worthiness as a sport fishing area. So anyway, I hope that helps.
That helps quite a bit. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
What kind of fish are you stocking there?
You know, it's funny, but I hate to climb into climate change, but we've tried working with trout and derbies and so forth. And it turns out that these unusual warm springs we're having and hot summers we're having, the fish of the decade is going to be warm water fishes like largemouth bass.
Right.
And anything related to them like bluegill and pumpkin seed sunfish.
Losing the trout, huh?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike.
Anytime.
anything else?
Next slide.
So our plans and our needs. So we plan to increase community recognition of the commission's goal or the commission's role in El Dorado County. We intend to optimize utilization of operation budget. We continue to want to improve dialogue with the El Dorado County DA and courts to support prosecution of violations and the imposition of appropriate fines. We hope to adapt to cost increases for kids fishing derbies because the cost of fish has gone up.
Yeah.
Getting fish is getting difficult. The drought is part of that equation. And we will continue to address issues regarding lake and pond health, as Mike just talked about. So increased water temperature, low oxygen levels, and algae blooms. So, and we will encourage cooperative funding for our projects.
Algae blooms, is that something we're seeing more and more of? And is that something
Well-
Fish and Wildlife is doing? Is that in cooperation with our health department or? how's that going?
I was wondering about that as well, but it does affect whether or not we can have fishing derbies.
Oh.
And it does affect, animals and wildlife. So I don't know of any in this county at this time. I know in Alpine County, there have been algae blooms that you have to be really wary. I'm really wary of it because I have a dog and it'll kill your dog. And so that's something that I keep my finger on the pulse.
Yeah, ever since we had that family that died up in hiking and they found out it was not algae bloom, but people were concerned about it. And, it did raise awareness and conversation about it.
I don't know who officially is keeping their finger on that pulse. Would it be the health department?
Probably, I don't know.
I know that Shelley Blair, our regional
Right.
ecologist,
Yeah.
she goes out and tests the water. Like I've been with her when she tests Red Lake and she does, Red Lake is notorious for algae blooms in the summer.
Okay.
But I don't know what official is here.
We'll have to ask our health department perhaps somewhere,
Yeah.
and someone in there probably knows.
I am looking at algae. There's invasive species in ponds everywhere.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
looking around for Western
Have you
pond
seen our
turtles.
goldfish up in Tahoe?
Seriously,
Seriously, they've met some.
Wow.
Fishing derby. I see a
Do
fishing
not
derby.
do not flush those goldfish down the toilet, please. Sorry, I'm getting way out of track. Thank you.
So in conclusion, our commissioners are a collegial group of diverse volunteers dedicated to serving you, the supervisors and the public in the care of El Dorado County's fish and wildlife resources, which we appreciate because we do have rich resources in this county. We've been active in encouraging best practices related to human wildlife conflict, which protects both the public safety and wildlife, and which builds community appreciation of the resources. The commission continues to work cooperatively with community organizations in support and expansion of the very popular fishing derbies in El Dorado County. We enjoy close cooperation with law enforcement in the aggressive pursuit of fish and game code violations and encouragement of successful prosecution of those violations. With monies the county receives from successful fish and game prosecutions, we support law enforcement and supplement funds received from the county for our fishing derbies and other collateral projects. We are proud to serve the Board of Supervisors and the public of El Dorado County in the protection of both the public and our fish and wildlife resources. So thank you all for your support and encouragement. I also want to shout out to Myrna Toe, Kaylee Runkle, and Kim Dawson for all their help. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Very good. All right.
Any more
You want to
questions
stay
for us?
here? Yeah, for some questions from the board really quick,
Yeah.
because I see something.
Just want to
coming.
make a quick comment
Yeah.
that I forgot to put my
What?
my button's on, sorry. But I just want to thank you and I apologize. I forgot when I lost my District 5 commissioner to get somebody else on there. It's not easy from my area.
Oh, yeah.
So it's always difficult, but I so appreciate what you and the entire commission does and our staff helping. So anything in Tahoe, I grew up going to fishing derbies. I love fishing. And so I live on a river too, it helps. But, it's exciting to hear that you're helping the kids, especially I love the Caldor experience with that. That was great. Very, very appreciative of
Commissioner
that. Great.
Dennis Byrne was really
Wow.
helpful with that.
That's
And
great.
if you need help with District 5, please let us know.
I will. I'm going to reach out to you. I only have a few more months left, but it would be good to get somebody
It
for the
would,
summer.
yeah.
Yeah.
We've been talking to, shoot, his name escapes me up there. It's with Tahoe Paradise.
Yeah, so there's Joe Cardinal
Joe,
or
yeah, we've
Pete
been
or, yeah,
talking to
like
him.
Joe,
And
yeah.
I know he's trying to get things going up there.
He'd been, yes, yeah, all right.
What
Well,
about
good.
the community college up there? I know there's some
Hmm?
very, very good biology teachers in that.
I can contact, actually having dinner with the.
That's a good idea
professor,
too, yeah.
And that's my alma mater, so I can talk to him. Definitely, it's a good idea.
Yeah.
All right.
Sue Kloss.
Okay, yeah,
Sue
well, yeah,
Kloss,
yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Okay.
Very good. Supervisor Heidel?
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so your
There
next
you
to
go.
last slide, lower right-hand corner, motorist safety, the deer picture and
Right.
stuff. I know there's been a lot of efforts working with Caltrans to try to get up the beacons to basically warn drivers going up and down Highway 50 relative to the deer hat. And it's not just motorist safety, it's also wildlife preservation. If I'm not mistaken, I believe DOT presented a number in terms of all the services that they had removed something like 1,000 dead deer from our El Dorado County roads in a given year. And when you think about it, that's an awful lot of dead animals that maybe could have been prevented if people had been a little bit more attentive, driving maybe at the speed limit as opposed to way over the speed limit. There's always conditions which are hard to anticipate. But I think the efforts that the commission is putting in to try to raise that awareness, to get people to recognize the wild, and it can be bears and other things,
Oh,
but
yeah.
the deer seem to be the ones that obviously take the greatest hits. And I know we've talked about crossings. How do you get from one side of Highway 50 to another side of crossing, the other side? And are they properly designed for wildlife migration, those kinds of things? So I really appreciate your ongoing efforts in that particular area as well, because I think that's important to maintain that public awareness and visibility of what's going on.
I'd like to make a comment. I don't know if this, I sent a report, a picture and a report to Supervisor Thomas, and I don't know if it got out to everybody, but I happened upon the underpass at not South Shingles, Shingle Springs Drive. And, it's a very rudimentary undercrossing, and there's a lot of bank on each side of that road going underneath. And I found the deepest, biggest deer trail going through there, where the deer were opting to go away from the cars under the freeway. And I thought it was a great example of how we can mitigate without spending millions of dollars on an undercrossing. It would be easy to put a fence up to keep them from coming down onto the road if that was a concern, but they're choosing to use that and staying well off the road. And once a trail is made, pretty much everything follows it. It's like they follow the path of least resistance. So once a trail is forged, they keep using that. All the animals do. So, yeah.
And, we've worked hard, Dennis especially has worked hard on getting some of these signs up on Highway 50, working with Caltrans. That's a process, to say the least. We'd also like to get those signs lighted, but that's another process. And then there's opportunities on the county roads to put up signs. Now, it's hard to evaluate how effective these signs are, but given the concern that's voiced by some of the public about the county's role in trying to mitigate some of these problems with wildlife vehicle collisions, at least the signs can be pointed to and say, we're trying to warn people that this is a problem. These wildlife vehicle collisions nationally, average cost per collision has been reported to be $6,000. And, you start getting, between property damage, cleanup, the time that authorities have to take to deal with these and injuries to people, these costs can escalate very quickly. So it's an issue, both an issue for protection of wildlife as well as public safety.
Whistles work? I used to have whistles on my car that they'd sell.
Whistles.
Whistles on
The
cars. Deer whistles.
So the number of the whistles on the car, they've been proven scientifically, evidence-based, did not work.
Okay, good to know.
There came out a few months ago, there's something that you can put on your car. It's, how our car headlights are like this? Well, evidently, if you put a bar across that's just light, the deer can actually acknowledge that it's something coming towards them. That was pretty recent. So they keep trying to, in my viewpoint, I think that that is what's going to save the day finally is, NASA and different Tesla, they're working on these algorithms these programs that will help space vehicles avoid objects. And to me, it's like that will transfer down to our vehicles to avoid objects. And I'm hopeful. I'm reaching for that little gold nugget.
I am too. No, I think that's really
Yeah.
important.
Because we can put up as
yeah.
many undercrosses as we want.
Right.
There's still,
They're still going to come out on the roads.
the
And,
roads,
I was in
yeah.
New Zealand, they had rhubars, which was awful, but that's, had bars out so that it wouldn't hurt your car.
There is a lot of money coming down to the local levels. I don't know if it'll get past the states to the counties, but the bill that the infrastructure bill passed this year has a very large component for wildlife undercrossings and wildlife protection.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, for gathering data, they're going to standardize how carcass data is collected. They're going to, the states have to compete, and I don't know if that will include the counties or not.
If you find any information on it, please share that with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I want to make sure Supervisor Thomas gets her
Oh, sorry.
comments in. No worries.
It's strange not being with you all today. I don't like
Right,
it.
yeah.
Miss you there,
Uh,
Wendy.
But just wanted to say, Patrick and Kathleen, thank you so much for the presentation today and all of the committee members. So appreciate your work and your knowledge and your love of not only our outdoor recreation opportunities, but our natural resources in El Dorado County that it just makes this such a rich place. And I just particularly want to thank you, Kathleen. When I appointed you to this commission, I so appreciated your deep knowledge of wildlife migration and deer issues, which is exactly what Supervisor Heidel was talking about. And I think you bring just a really rich balance to all of the commission members. And Patrick, you said it yourself, all of you have your own passions, and together you really represent a broad representation for our county. So you serve us extremely well, and just thank you for all your efforts. And as Kathleen is really good about giving me information, and as you continue to do that, Kathleen, I will certainly make that available to my fellow supervisors. And so thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you. And before we take public comment, I just want to add that, you didn't buzz
Yeah, I
in.
just
He
yeah,
didn't buzz in,
I
just,
didn't buzz in, but I just want to,
go.
thank you for all your efforts and stuff. And thank you for, Eric, he's being a treasurer and secretary. So I'm glad he's representing you guys very well on that. But also, have you guys ever looked now that instead of these undercrossings, they're looking at overcrossings is what they are. And the overcrossings, which is a lot of money, but it's more
Katie has
natural,
a bunch of
more
those.
natural, but they are putting them in back east, and I've seen them and they work very well. So I don't know, have we thought about that here in our county, or?
That would have to be Caltrans.
It does.
Caltrans has their list of priorities. They keep data on different highways and whatnot that have the highest rate of road kills. Highway 395 is one of them right now.
Yeah.
So, and they're
Makes
putting
sense.
crossings on I-80 quite a bit over there by Bird Eye and Truckee, east of Truckee. They have their ways of, but we can advocate, and we've got two now. One's not functional yet, but soon to be, I hope. The weather this winter really screwed things up. They had the south side hydroseeded, and then everything got washed away with that storm,
that's too bad.
a couple storms. And so we have two on Highway 50, and we do need more, but they have to, with the funds coming down from the federal, we might be getting more, but we have to advocate for it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I noticed that's what they're doing. They're kind of moving forward with these overcrossings.
Right.
They're more natural and stuff.
California's way behind the curve on this.
The trees and the plants and everything like
Yeah, I think
that.
Wyoming had on the 80.
Wyoming,
has a ton of
Montana,
them.
Utah, all the
Yeah.
western states
Yeah,
did
they're
in 2007 or 8, they did a thing in
Really
Washington
nice.
where they agreed to mitigate the barriers. California wasn't part of that group.
Yeah.
They just put a large overcrossing in down in LA over one of the big freeways where there's a lot of migration of cougars.
Oh, really?
And it apparently it had like unanimous support of the community. So these things can be popular. And of course, in Canada and British Columbia, they have a lot of these over their big highways down there.
It takes a lot of community support for this, to tell you the
Yes,
truth.
it
Because there can
does.
be going to the town hall meetings for the Camino undercrossing, wildlife undercrossing. There was a lot of, there's always people who are saying, why are you spending my kids' college fund on these undercrossings, not understanding that a lot of this money is earmarked for such things. They don't understand appropriation. So there can be a lot of pushback for this kind of a thing. And you just have to know how to navigate that and, so.
Yeah, until they hit a deer on the freeway. So, and then, yeah. So I just wanted to add, thank you so much for all that you do. I'm really glad to see that one of the things on your list is to increase the visibility of what your commission does. I think that's really important for the public. Because like I had questions, I had no idea some of the things you've been doing. And I just wanted to add out there is chatter. I hope, Pat, I don't mess up anything here, but there is chatter of another potential fishing derby, maybe at Chili Bar this year. We're going to see what we can do. So don't be surprised if there's another fishing derby out there. And we'll work on some funding for that perhaps. So just wanted to let you know that. And again, thank you. It's a receive and file, but we will take public comment. So appreciate all you guys do for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that last session just left me really upset. The
Oh.
emotional tension in this room was
Of course.
pretty high.
Yes.
Now taking public comment on item number 28. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. And there's no public comment.
All
And
right.
I think somebody left them.
Oh, yep. Very good. All right. And then there was no direction or anything like that. So thank you again and look forward to hearing more from you guys.
Thanks. Thanks, Eric.
Okay. So with that, we're going to move on to item 29.
Item 29 is a hearing from the Department of Transportation recommending the board approve the introduction first reading of an ordinance amending County Code Chapter 12.04 to reflect changes approved with Ordinance 5051 that eliminated the Community Development Agency and recreated the separate departments of Environmental Management, Planning and Building, and Transportation, and to waive full reading and continue the ordinance to May 10th, 2022 for final passage, second reading.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Should I open the hearing?
Yes, please.
I'm going to open the hearing.
There we go. Thank you very much. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. This is just an old remnant of the CDA past agency that clearly identifies the CDA director and now redirects those signature authorities to the appropriate directors within the CDA department, which is Environmental Management, Planning and Building, and that of Transportation. So that is all.
Anybody have any questions? It seemed pretty straightforward.
working?
District 5.
So far, so good.
Gotta
So far, so good. Yeah. That's good to have a status report once in a while.
Yes, thumbs up. Okay. good. That's it.
Okay, with that, any public comment, Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 29. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There is no public comment.
Okay, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing. And does anyone want to?
I'll move the item consistent with staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
Very good. Roll call vote, please, Kim.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Hydal, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, that was like a record item,
Yeah,
wasn't
it
it?
was.
Good job, everyone.
You did a great job, Raphael.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that was awesome. Does anyone need a break before we
Just-
move
just a
on?
minute
Can we-
break?
Can we
Yeah,
just
couple
have like a 5 minutes
5-minute break?
tops? We'll be right back.
Shop it off my
Got a donut by my side. I'm good. So we're going to move on to item number 30, Kim.
Item 30 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, one, receive and file an update on the Caldor Fire recovery efforts from the Recovery Operations Center, Environmental Management, Planning and Building, and Health and Human Services Agency. And two, approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing the county and the community for their support of those impacted by the Caldor Fire.
Thank you, Kim, for reading that. And Don Ashton, your CAO, I'll turn it immediately over to Carla Hass and the team who will give you the board an update on the Caldor Fire recovery efforts.
Good morning, Chair Parlin, Supervisors. Carla Hash, your Communications Director, but here today as Co-Director of the Caldor Fire Recovery Group with my Co-Director, Sergeant Away, and from the Sheriff's Office. So as you know that we have been the CAO's office and did I say Sergeant's office? Sheriff's Office is co-directing the efforts for recovery for our Caldor survivors. So we came to you a few months ago, giving you an overview of kind of what that recovery process would look like, how it was organized, what was coming ahead, what our immediate focus was going to be. And so it's been a couple few months, and more than 90% of our properties have been cleared of debris at this point. So we thought that this was a good time to give you an update that goes a little bit beyond some of the information in the weekly reports that I provide to you individually, and then also post on our website and social media. But this today will just really have our section leaders talk about what they've achieved, the progress that they've made, and some of the key points that are in our most immediate future. So with that, I will turn it over to Jeff Warren, who is part of our he's the section chief for environmental management.
Good morning, board, Madam Chair. Jeff Warren, Environmental Management Director. To give you the update for environmental management with the fire recovery, we have staff continue to assist your constituents with parcel status updates and answering their questions that come in. EMD has successfully recruited the recent allocation of 2 limited term development aids, and we have one on board. The other one will be starting next week. Staff have attended outreach events, most recently the one last Friday with PG&E to answer questions, and we've met with residents of Grizzly Flats and the forest cabins. EMD is following planning and buildings fee waiver structure for all septic and well repair permits and any issues that come up. And we've collaborated with planning and building on a 1-page document of how to obtain a TRV, a temporary recreational vehicle permit, to help make the process run smoother. As far as statistics go, for the state consolidated debris removal program, we've processed over 595 full program and 179 tree only ROEs for a total of 774. We've got 2 special inclusion requests were accepted by FEMA for the Pioneer Fire Station and Grizzly Flats Community Church. 94% of the parcels have completed debris removal, leaving hazard trees and erosion control at the last steps before these properties are returned to the county. Once we receive notification of a completed parcel, the property owner is notified within 24 to 48 hours via email. And 262 parcels have been returned to the county, and that's approximately 34%. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The alternate private program, we've got 29 applications received. 16 of those parcels have completed debris removal. 8 parcels have submitted their completion reports, and we have 6 parcels been returned to the owners, 5 in Grizzly Flats and 1 in Twin Bridges. We did have some abatement properties, and we had 6 orders issued, and they've been posted, and the state teams have been out there to do the abatement process, and we're in the final stages of soil sampling and erosion control, and then the abatement process to be done. That's the end of my update.
Can I ask a question, you guys? And I don't know, I thought I've been following this really closely, but when it says 262 parcels have been returned to the county, what does that mean, returned to the county? I didn't understand what that meant.
With the state debris removal, once the state finishes up erosion control and they've completed all their steps and done a final walkthrough, they complete a report with pictures and noting any septic tank damage or where the locations are and kind of a description of the property. And we have staff will review that. And once we review it, we sign off on it, return that report back to the state that we've accepted it. And so that means that those parcels have completed the state debris removal program.
Okay.
And now they're eligible to go into plan and building to get their permits to start rebuilding.
Got it. Thank
That's
you
why
for
that's
that.
when we do the temporary RVs, because that's the
Correct.
earliest we can do it then.
Correct.
There's no way to do it while the state has them or any, I just worry because it's taken so long, not our fault, but it just takes a while.
Well, with weather, they did have some issues coming with weather and with the rain we had, so it kind of stalled some of the, debris cleanup, erosion control. I mean, the soil sampling does take some time, and so there was a backlog with that. But they're starting to pick up their pace and moving it. Once they get the reports done, they're sent out either that night or the next morning. So it's a quick turnaround with their reports.
Right,
And
but
as
there's
soon
no
as-
way to expedite the actual temporary RVs so they could bring them in earlier. That's as soon as they can
We
bring
have
them
to
in.
have final sign off from the state, only because with their operations, it could be a hazard of moving a trailer back on if they haven't finished the hazard trees. That poses a risk to the structure and also
Makes
the crews
sense.
on the ground that there's another RV in the way and we
Right.
don't have any damage to it.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
So and in order to get the travel recreational permit, the septic system also needs to be inspected. So there's
Right.
another step so that way we don't create another public health hazard with waste coming from trailers out. So it's
Right.
another process, but we're trying to expedite as much information we can in those emails out to constituents so that way they're prepared to what they need when they come in.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that clarification.
I have one more, sorry. The abatement properties?
Yes.
What's the definition of an abatement project,
The
property?
abatement properties were ones that did not enter into the state debris removal program
Okay.
or that did not sign up for the alternate program.
Right.
And with those, we tried every avenue of contacting the property owners. Most of them were either deceased or could not be found.
Mm.
So with that, we had to go through the abatement process.
So only 6 out of all those properties?
That's correct.
Wow, it's
Pretty good.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it is. It's very good.
Staff did a tremendous job of trying to outreach along with the sheriff's department and their crews of traveling out of the county just to go find people to knock on doors.
Wow.
So they did a tremendous job of what they had to do.
Yeah, that's great.
good.
Absolutely good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jeff.
Sure.
Thanks, Jeff.
Oh, just in time.
Had to run here.
I was not speaking with you. Good morning, Chris Perry, Assistant Director of Planning and Building, also the Land Use Group Lead for purposes of this discussion. Here to discuss activities occurring within the Land Use Group, which contains our building, planning, watersheds, and roads teams. We continue to be quite active, attending community events, community meetings, one-on-one conversations with Caldor survivors throughout the community. In each of these meetings, we strive to stress the key next steps, which is that first slide. We found that to be critically important at this stage. In that light, I just want to highlight some of those key next steps. I'd be remiss if I didn't do that at this point in time. Let me grab this here. So first and foremost, we're encouraging folks to come early and often for their fee waiver applications. It's a critical first step. Once we receive those, we can determine level of insurance, fully insured, not fully insured. And that informs us of the level of eligibility for the fee waiver process. And this is important because when folks come through to get a permit for their TRVs or residential permit dwellings, we have to take in fees at time of application submittal. So if that fee waiver is not in place, folks will have to pay fees. So we're strongly encouraging them, fee waivers first, then come in for your applications. Which leads us, well, number 2, Jeff just covered.
Well, can I ask you real quick? Sorry.
Of course.
How many people were not fully insured?
At this point, so.
You have a percentage? Oh, okay. Oh, if it's on another slide, then. okay.
So, yeah, and
Sorry.
it's a snapshot in
Okay.
time, of course,
Yeah,
that
okay.
we'll share with you, but yes,
All right,
yes,
thank
of
you.
course. Jeff just talked about ROEs. Of course, that's a key step for us because in order to approve a TRV in particular, those properties have to have been returned by the state. They have to have been cleaned up. We cannot have a TRV on a property that has not completed their ROE process. So that's key step number 2. Then, of course, steps 3 and 4 are related to permitting. So our TRV applications, and when we say TRV, to be clear, temporary recreational vehicle. I won't speak with too many acronyms. That can also include any other type of housing identified under 5150, our urgency ordinance. So temporary mobile home and other use types. So we generically call them TRV applications. So for those wishing to live on their properties, we have to receive that application. Those are good for 5 years up to December 31st, 2026, or 30 days after they've reoccupied their home. So a long horizon was identified in 5150 for those. And of course, the final step being your building permit application if you're seeking to rebuild your home. Urgency ordinance 5150, all permit activities related to Caldor are fast tracked. They take precedence over other types of permit activities. So when folks come through the door and they come into our permit center, please make sure you identify Caldor related activity so we can fast track you. We don't have you sitting there in a walk-in basis in our front permit center for 3 or 4 hours. So that can happen sometimes. All right, so into data. Again, snapshot in time. At this point in time, I can tell you this data was put together last week. We have had 3 more fee waiver applications. This slide is dedicated to fee waivers. This is not our TRV or building permits, it's just fee waivers. So we adjusted those numbers up now, and I'm sorry you're looking at an old slide, but we have now received 30 fee waiver applications. Of those, 25 have been approved. So we have 5 pending. You can add 2 more to Grizzly Flats. We're up to 22 and 8 in non-Grizzly Flats areas. As far as the insured, we've bumped that number up from no insurance to 4, and then 26 have insurance. So those are our numbers at this point in time.
Having insurance, is that 100%,
So the has insurance is some form of insurance, right?
Okay.
No insurance is no
Zip,
insurance
zip,
at
yeah,
all.
zip.
So the has insurance could include those that are less than fully insured
Right.
or maybe underinsured. And we're working through that process right now.
Do you know how many of those?
Broken out, we're still determining that. There's a process we're working on internally just to identify that. I joke that we've all become junior underwriters trying to understand the variance of insurance policies that exist out there, because there's a lot of them. Some of them are very explicit in what they do cover, including permit costs. Others are not. So working on getting those determinations gives us that number. I don't have that exact number.
The reason I'm asking all this, and it's really not so much the fee waiver part, we're just overall in general is, we didn't get our IA. So how, and that's mostly for those that were not insured or were not fully insured. So I'm just trying to get an idea how many people are really out there that needed that assistance.
I'll get you a breakout from, again, it's no longer 24, it's 26, but I'll get you a breakout of what that looks like. I
Okay.
don't have it in front of me right
Oh,
now.
hi.
So,
Yes, sir.
the number that we've been given so far, the number that we've been given so far is 40% of the entire Caldor survivors were not insured. Of the 60%, we don't know how many were underinsured. The difficulty we're having is we're going off of what the survivors report to us.
Oh, okay.
So the information we have to make that determination is less than comprehensive.
Okay. Yeah, but that gives me a good ballpark. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
No, thank
Wow,
you.
that's a lot.
It
So-
is a lot.
It's very lot.
So on the column on the right, you have permit types. You may or may not recall, we identified 9 different permit types that are eligible for fee waivers. This just breaks it out among most of those categories. And as you can see, the 3 that we're most seeing at this point are the TRVs for fee waiver, demo permits, and temporary power. And you see kind of the smaller number of the other permit types. All those that say 3, residential building, wello, grading, temp use, admin, all those are now 4. And as a matter of course, that lines up with the no insurance. So if someone has no insurance, as a matter of course, we are waiving all those permit types. So that's why you see those numbers. And if you see the discrepancy there between demo permits approved versus requested, that's just because same concept. Some folks didn't recognize they needed to have a demo permit box checked for the fee waiver. So we're automatically doing that for them. And as a matter of course, we're approving those demo permits for fee waivers. So that's why you'll see a more approved than requested, which seems a little bit odd
Right.
as data. So point that out just in
Thank
case you
you.
were wondering about. the
My brain
data.
was tweaking a little on that one.
Chris, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
The thing is I know there was a lot of people with concerns out there trying to get their RVs back.
Yes.
Up there. And I know that the fire chief put in where you had to have sprinklers in your RVs and sprinklers in your tents and a 1,000-gallon tank for fire suppression. So that got changed, correct now? Isn't that been changed? Because if I brought it up to the board didn't even vote on it. It was just came from the chief himself. So that's been changed now and that's been helping that a lot.
Yeah, so they're putting the finishing touches on a one-page document. Some in the community may remember that there was a larger document that was put out, had a number of those items in there, from sprinkling of tents and all kinds of items. That has been pared down greatly to a
Okay.
much smaller universe of basically 1 1/3 page is what it's at right now. And that's really close. That guidance
Okay.
is really close to being
Okay,
released. at
good.
this
I'm
point.
glad that happened. So, because that was a big concern for the residents.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's data points on fee waivers, and really is my last slide. The last one's just a map, but this is pertaining to temporary recreational vehicle permits and building permits for rebuilds. So this is kind of where the rubber meets the road, right? So at this point in time, we have 6 total applications in for TRVs to be placed on properties. 2 of those have been issued, 4 are in process. All 6 are for recreational vehicles as opposed to other types, mobile homes, other types of uses. So again, 6 is that number right now. For replacement dwellings, single family replacements, we're at 2. Both of those are in Grizzly. So we obviously, we're starting to scale up. We're starting to see these applications coming in. Again, we're always remind folks to get your fee waivers in if you think you need them. And, you know, a lot of folks are going to need those, as you can see from some of those numbers. But that's where we are. I put in electrical permits as well, just as a quick data point. But the final slide just gives you, it's kind of hard to see, but all the blue pinpoints, those are your TRV applications. And if it's not easy to see, that's just Grizzly Flats. Because at this point, we haven't received TRV or building applications for anything outside of Grizzly Flats. So this map will obviously grow and expand on the 50 corridor as appropriate. The green data points are your residential building permits. The blue are your TRVs. Just wanted to visualize that a bit in the community, and that will obviously continue to grow. So I'll go ahead and pause there and see if there's any additional questions.
Anything else for Chris? Anyone?
Has there been any issues with PG&E? Because I know a lot of people out there, there's some issues about getting, they have to buy a power pole, but a lot of that's going to be underground now. So has there been any issues, or is PG&E working with the residents out there to make sure this happens?
Yeah, absolutely. We're in close contact with PG&E. We have a working group between just planning and building, and additionally through ROC. There's really good communication with PG&E. We've participated in 2 community outreach events. One was last Friday that
heard about
PG&E
that, which
hosted.
was really good.
Yeah. So, I think all the key players are very active in the community, and we continue to, build that partnership with them. Obviously, the things we're most concerned with are temp power and permanent power. And that's why we have our internal working group as well through planning and building, to make sure that we have everything we need in place to make sure that's a smooth process for residents.
Okay, awesome.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Daniel Del Monte, Health and Human Services, and Supervisor Thomas, glad to hear you're on the mend and the tail end of your situation. So I'll be providing an update on Health and Human Services area for the disaster recovery. We're starting with disaster case management. And as your board's aware, the county executed an agreement with the Salvation Army to provide these services. And the 2 staff were hired and began their training last Tuesday, March 29th. They've conducted a week-long training led by UMCOR, who are the National Disaster Case Management Leaders for disaster response. And so they're also FEMA recognized in that role. So we really have the sort of Cadillac of training going on for these folks. This week, some of that training will continue, as well as their prep work for establishing what their formal role will look like moving forward. For example, what types of questions will they ask survivors as they do an intake, as they triage? You really want to cater with disaster case management, the intake and the questions, to the resources you have available. You also capture other needs that may not be able to be serviced in the community, which you keep track of, but you don't target those areas because you want to focus on what we can get them connected to as quickly as possible. So as a part of that, they're reviewing data. They're reviewing the Better Together long-term recoveries triage survey that was sent out to 245 survivors. So they can look at that data and see what are the current needs right now. What's that universe look like today? There's going to be a number of survivors who might just simply need assistance with some referrals. There might be some survivors that need more hands-on support, more advocacy for their requests. And so as they flesh that out, they can then really make sure that they're prioritizing their time for those folks with the highest needs first. So that's their first sort of role.
Daniel, I got a quick question. It's been 6 months since the fire. And for us to just be starting with this disaster case management, is this going to be a blueprint in case this happens again, that we can get this done quicker? I mean, I don't want to say it was slow. I mean, I just know that, that this is all similar to like what happened in the Angora. We set a blue ribbon management team out there and it came up with new procedures to quicken this kind of response.
Yeah, so a few pieces of feedback. Absolutely. This is going to set up, a blueprint to get more quickly started for any future events. I would also add, though, that if you communicate with communities that have received IA declarations, it takes them 12 months or more to get disaster case management in place. We have this in place roughly in the 6-month range from when the fire was contained. That is astronomically fast. And we've heard this feedback throughout the process. So really kudos to your board's leadership in supporting the investment into this agreement, because without that, we wouldn't be here today. But I hear you loud and clear. There's going to be needs that pop up, in 6 months, 8 months, 12 months. And so as these sort of little bumps occur in need, having these staff here right now will be critical to get their footing under them. They're involved in the weekly and biweekly long-term recovery group meetings, the needs meetings in the community. So they're already there building those relationships and getting a feel for where things stand.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I got to hand it to you. You guys have worked really, really hard and did a really great job, especially with the efforts getting, all this stuff done, especially getting residents back in Grizzly Flat. Because if you remember when they had the Paradise Fire, if you just remember a couple months ago, they did the final cleanup on one of the property, the final property. And we have moved real fast to get this done. So I hand it to all of you. You've done a great job. You really have.
Thank you. The second area for the update is I wanted to give a brief overview of the 2 housing programs that are coming online to support Caldor survivors. The first is the Housing Disability Advocacy Program. The program I've referenced in the past should be available by June of this year. Staff have been working with the state to get the required policies in place, all the agreements executed that are required before we can implement the program. The eligible residents would be individuals. It's not income-based, which is good. They would have to be eligible for disability benefits and be currently facing homelessness or at risk of homelessness. And so given that, the program would come with case management, disability benefits advocacy, housing navigation if they need assistance with locating a permanent dwelling, as well as financial assistance. So depending on the level of assistance needed, how long rental assistance could be provided for, we anticipate serving 7 to 10 households through that program. The second program is the Tenant-Based Rental Assistance Program, or TBRA. In other words, it's just a rental assistance program. And this one is income-based. Staff have been working on the required policies and procedures through an MOU with Planning and Building. This was a state grant that Planning and Building had, and we've repurposed it to a rental assistance program that could be specifically targeted toward Caldor survivors, which is fantastic. We expect the program to launch by late May or early June, and it should serve 10 to 15 households. Keep in mind that some households might simply require 5 to 6 months of rental assistance. This program can serve up to an 18-month term of assistance. So depending on how much assistance folks needs, that's where the difference comes between 10 and 15. So those are just estimates of what we project.
And this would be a 100% destruction of their homes, or some part, just that they had to move out, or is there a requirement there?
Eligibility.
Eligibility, thank you. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So most applicants, they have to have incomes at or below 60% of the area median income. So for context, for a single person household, they would be earning about $31,750 for very low. I'm sorry, for 2-person households, it'd be a little over 36,000. So these are really for our lower income residents, folks on fixed income, folks on Social Security, et cetera. It does allow for us to serve up to 10% of the households with an income at 80% of the area median income. So that's right at the threshold of being considered low income. And so, but it really is for folks more on fixed income, maybe some seniors, folks in that category.
You said around 15 homes. I'm sorry, I missed that, or households?
Yes,
Somewhere
10
there.
to 15
10 to
households
15.
is how many we project serving.
Okay.
And
you.
both of these programs, keep in mind too, the disaster case managers would be referring folks to these programs as they're triaging households. Lastly, a quick recruitments update. Unfortunately, we've had several failed recruitments for the Caldor housing social worker and the mental health worker that would be providing a crisis counseling services, which are one of the service components that come with an IA declaration that we're fitting in with our own county staff. But we seem to be on the right path now. The selected Caldor housing social worker has been going through the background process, and assuming no hiccups, we're hopeful for a mid-May start date. And specific to the mental health worker, we had, I believe, a fourth round of interviews yesterday. And so reference checks are being conducted today. As we've had folks move through and be selected, oftentimes they've had a few different job opportunities. They, and so they've had different to choose from. We've had some folks who, were seeking remote working. We've had some folks who they wanted to make sure that they were providing the Social Security as a part of their paycheck, just a myriad of unique situations that have led to folks turning down the job offer. So we're hopeful that this will get us over the finish line.
Hopefully people are starting to go back to work.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Okay, with that, and
Thank you.
that's your section.
Thank you.
So I have a different question that wasn't on the presentation, but I'm just super duper curious. And I think Carla, you're probably the one that's got this. Our petition to the president, how is that doing? And what can we do to get it out there more? I thought it was so well written, and I'm just wondering, how is it going out there? Do you know?
I do know, actually, as it happens. And I was going to give you a quick brief update on the petition itself. So as of this morning, we had 1,075 people sign that petition. And what's even more interesting to me than that, because it's easy to just click, put in your name and address and whatever, and just press submit. But we had almost 350, we have almost 350 comments that go along with that petition. So this is being, once it hits, I was going to do 1,100, and we're getting, well, within the first probably 48 hours, we were very close to 1,000 signatures. I mean, it got a lot of attraction very early, but when we hit 1,100, I will batch that along with all the information and send it along to the president. And you all can see, I make sure that you've got the link, so you can do real-time updates and check the progress as well.
Okay. And I just wondered if there's any plans to some kind of promotion of it more. I mean, I know that I've included in my newsletter. I saw it's been out and about. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Our stakeholders also have access to it. So our chambers, our foundation, everybody all the organizations that Daniel works with, our long-term recovery group, they have access to it, the Grizzly Flats Foundation. So they're all promoting it as well.
Awesome.
The news media has it. So, we're trying, but if you have any more ideas, I'm, short of maybe getting a plane to go.
I know, right? I was like,
banner,
don't ask me
I'm
for
happy.
ideas. Be careful what you ask for.
Yes. Well,
So,
I'm
thank you for
happy-
that.
I'm happy to entertain any other ideas that you might
Okay.
have. Yeah.
We'll think on it. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
the biggest thing now, it's on Twitter and Facebook and
It
and
is.
all that, I know, but.
Yeah, and it's on
Is there any
Nextdoor.
other, it's on Nextdoor?
It
too?
is.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Good.
Yes. Yeah. And I
Okay.
promote it there once a week.
Okay.
Now once a week. So it's been up for 3 weeks now.
Okay.
So I did it like almost every day for a week, and then just once a week after that. Just it's getting a lot of attention.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
I'm glad
it
to hear
is.
that. Thank
Yes,
you.
Thank you. And then I also wanted to give you an update on the video that was another component of the outreach to the president. So we've got 2 out of our 3 survivors filmed, and then we'll be working with Supervisor Turnbull and Supervisor Novosel, your schedules to get you filmed next week. Very, very brief. We're looking at about a 3.5 minute video, very impactful, and really
Okay, great.
from the standpoint and viewpoint of the survivor. Yeah, so it's not statistic heavy. It's here's what's really happening with our life heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put it up on top of
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
So the two that you interviewed, was it Toby and Candace? Or
Yes.
Okay, good.
Mhm.
Very good.
Very
Thank
good.
you for that.
I just wanted to put a quick fine point on your question, Supervisor Novosel, about the TRVs. So a property owner can waive the erosion control portion to have their TRV go on earlier, but that's the only wiggle room, if you will.
Yeah, no, it was interesting because, obviously you want to get back into housing on the property as fast as you can, but I obviously understand if it's hazardous, you can't do that. So,
Okay, I just wanted to mention that. little
yeah,
caveat.
no, appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Because there's a second part of this item. And that's,
Absolutely. Oh,
that's the
Supervisor Thomas wanted
okay.
I'd just like to thank all of you for all of your efforts. I'm just really proud of how El Dorado County has responded to this time of our great need, and all of your efforts are just so appreciated. My question is mainly for Daniel. Sorry, I didn't catch you before you left the podium, Daniel. Good morning. Quick question is what kind of response have we gotten to that 245 participant survey that we sent out on the survivor survey?
That's a good question. I haven't personally reviewed the data. And so I believe that a request has been made by the Salvation Army for the survey responses so that they can conduct this next step of seeing what the needs are. So as we move forward, I'd be happy to see how we can provide that information. And through these distribution events as well that are being held every month, there's now a registration process for folks to specifically sign up for specific items that they need unique to their household. And that way, the event can be well prepared and those resources can be brought there if possible. And I know the county is also having staff really inquiring across all programs to have staff be present. And from Health and Human Services, all the services we have, we're trying to make available at those events as well. So there's kind of different ways that that information is being captured. And I'd be happy to work on pulling that together as soon as we can for the board.
I guess my question is, certainly would be very helpful in meeting immediate needs. I can also see this could be really important once all that data is captured, to have some way to quantify what all of the needs have been on what do survivors need in times of a huge crisis, so that we can have a more comprehensive understanding of that in order to make sure that we're resilient in the future. I think those will be really important learning lessons, and not a immediate need, but will very much look forward to perhaps understanding more of what comes out of that process. So yeah,
there will be a robust debrief process throughout all of this that will help us moving forward to be a little bit more efficient through these learned experiences, unfortunately and fortunately.
Exactly. Well, thank you to all for all of your efforts to support our community. Thank you.
One question, Daniel. They have that thing coming up on the 30th that Mike Sproul's putting on at the El Dorado County Food Bank. Are you guys going to be there? Because a lot of the people that were impacted by the fires, they actually reached out to them, and they're going to be there, and they're going to give out a lot of different things to help these people. Are you guys going to be there to help give your services to them?
Yes. Yeah, we're going to be there.
Awesome.
We've typically had staff from behavioral health, animal services, senior services, and often eligibility as well. So it'll be some number of those groups that will be present.
Oh, that's great. Awesome.
All right, with that.
So I would suggest there's a second part of the recommendation to approve the proclamation. Maybe have Carla read that before we go to public comment, Madam Chair.
Good point. Yep.
Vanity loses. Whereas on August 14th, 2021, the Caldor fire erupted, raging through El Dorado County, devastating whole communities in its path, scorching more than 220,000 acres, decimating over 1,000 structures, and disrupting the everyday lives of tens of thousands of El Dorado County residents. And whereas emergency responders, fire and law enforcement agencies and personnel went to work to battle the inferno and defend our communities, teams of people from all types of government, nonprofits, and faith-based organizations banded together to help meet the immediate and vast needs of those affected by the fire. And whereas multiple departments within El Dorado County government, including the Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services, the Chief Administrative Office, Health and Human Services, Animal Services, Agriculture, Surveys Office, Department of Transportation, Environmental Management, Library, Assessor, Registrar of Voters, Recorder Clerk, Treasurer, Tax Collector, and Planning and Building worked in tandem and with entities from Cal OES, the Red Cross, Salvation Army, the cities of South Lake Tahoe and Placerville, Amador County, and the state of Nevada to assist residents and animals with shelter, food, and access to their properties and ranches and vital documents once the fire was contained. And whereas the El Dorado Community Foundation and the Grizzly Flats West Slope Foundation have been integral in recovery process, with the Community Foundation raising more than $4 million and providing more than $2 million in cash aid to 5,000 affected families and assessing approximately 50 additional applications for grants, and the West Slope Foundation coordinating monthly distribution events for thousands of impacted residences respectively. And whereas families and individuals unaffected by the catastrophic fire graciously opened their homes and offered their property to provide shelter and space for those who were displaced. And whereas the faith community stepped up to provide shelter, food, supplies, encouragement, and hope during a hopeless time, and to meet the physical and spiritual needs of Caldor survivors. And whereas the medical community provided critical support and assistance with various community efforts to make sure that people were connected to services and given the help needed to support their health during a time of extreme disruption. And whereas the nonprofit community rallied to provide assistance in any way necessary, from hosting community dinners to gathering and distributing critical supplies, providing cash assistance and gift cards, and acting as the backbone of support during this crucial time. And whereas local community members, including city, county, and Office of Education employees, as well as private sector businesses generously offering their time, talents, and resources to assist those impacted by the fire, whether it was connecting people to resources and information, providing dinners and meals to go, or the upper room serving 3 meals a day, 7 days a week at Walmart, and to everyday citizens going out of their way to help others in any way possible, day or night. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado does hereby offer a debt of gratitude for these Herculean efforts, as well as all the unsung heroes and quiet individual acts of kindness which came together in the fall of 2021 to uplift and support their fellows during El Dorado County's most catastrophic fire.
Well, that's well said. I love this proclamation. It
Yeah.
just shows the heart of our county. So with that, we do need to take public comment on this item before we make a motion. So
Now taking public comment on item number 30. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There is no public comment.
all right.
So I'll make a motion
I'll move to
to approve this proclamation.
Sorry.
Move and approve the
He
proclamation.
hesitated, sorry.
I was like,
Too early for a second, but that's okay.
motion
Sue.
second. Kim, can I have a
Sorry.
roll call vote?
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes by.
Timing is off today.
Yeah, I know it
That's
is.
okay.
Thank you so much, everyone, for everything you've done. It's much appreciated.
Yeah,
Thank you for all
Thank
your
you,
hard
everybody.
work. I really mean that.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, with that, I think we're gonna go see if we can knock out a couple closed session. Yes?
Yeah, we have the labor negotiation item we can hear right now before lunch for sure.
Okay, so we'll see how we do.
Yes.
Okay, so with that, the board will now recess into closed session. Here items 32 through 35 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Okay, we'll go into closed session and be back here at 1 for open forum. Thank you. Okay, it's 1 o'clock. We are back from lunch and some closed session. County Council, do you have anything to report out?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board met in closed session and heard items 34 and 35. There's no action to report out.
Perfect. With that, then we'll move on to our 1 p.m. open forum.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Do I give you the letters to them? or- Okay.
I need to look for records. So. Just give them to me. I'll pass them on.
Before I speak, I'd like to see if each one of us can say the word homeless veteran in our mind and give us 10 seconds for the homeless veteran, if you wouldn't mind. God bless you. George, first thing, I want to congratulate you, honey. You are the image of tenacity, I'm telling you. And Lori, I thank you for your service, hon. I really do. We've got a wonderful community here to protect, and this is my hometown. George and I went to high school together. George, remember when you hit the coach in the head with the football?
Yeah.
I've never seen a guy run so many laps in my life.
And I had to do the stadium stairs for, gosh, what was it? 2 hours?
Yeah, you
2
sure
hours
did.
doing practice.
Oh, they tortured him. My name is Mike Williams, and this is my hometown. I graduated El Dorado High School in 1971. The coach, Coach Ken Worthy, even took the summer off because I was being scouted by UCLA. My track records and my football records still stand after 50 years in El Dorado. I wanted to be a professional football player. I could have been 200.
Yeah, you could have. Yeah.
And but I got drafted into Vietnam. I was 18 years old. I didn't have any issues with the Vietnamese. I didn't have issues. I didn't know what war was. I was raised here. Didn't even see a black man until I ran track. So I was pretty protected from life. My father got killed, left my mother with 4 kids. So poverty was part of my life. But I didn't want to live poverty all my life. Sorry if I'm emotional, but I'm pleading from my heart today. The homeless veterans in our community. I'm asking each and every one of you to have a heart for the veteran. Not to build $1 million statue, not to build a $200,000 bronze statue, but to address the homelessness of our veterans in our community. The owner of some land has blessed me with some land. I've got 40 acres in Lori's area, 8401 Ascension Lane. It's way out in the middle of nowhere. Dirt roads, you can't see anybody out there. But because it's in El Dorado County, we do
Mike, I'm going to stop you at the 3 minutes, but you said you have your friends here that can carry on with your message. We give everybody 3 minutes to be fair.
Yep.
So, and I have your contact information and we've been in touch. So I'm going to ask you to let the next person go to carry on your
Is
message,
my
okay?
3 minutes up?
Yep, it
Oh, I
is.
didn't know that.
I know. That's
Boy,
why
3 minutes
I'm
goes
trying to
by
help you
fast.
out. I know this is your
Well,
first time at the
okay.
podium.
I'm sorry.
You're fine. You're
All right.
totally
And
fine.
you got a letter.
We do. We do.
That's
Thanks.
why I wrote it, because 3 minutes isn't much time.
Exactly.
Thank
And so thank you.
Good afternoon, El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. My name is Sean Robinson, and I'm here today because I'm going to be a future homeless veteran in El Dorado County as of September the 1st. I've been living in the town of Cool. My landlord, who is a Vietnam veteran, has other obligations for his family, so I have to move, and I completely respect that. There is no affordable housing. I make good income. I cannot afford the prices of rental properties. I cannot live in a confined community. I call it Cement City. I have been living in a rural area since 2007. I've also dealt with slumlords who are landlords. There's no guarantee for rental properties. Okay, at any time I can be pushed out when I complain about sewage leaks in my yard, which has happened to me. I do not have the 3 times amount of income to rent a decent place, and I like to stay in El Dorado County. I do not have the 2 times deposit price to rent a place, and I do not have the 700, 800 credit score to rent a place. These are the requirements to get into housing, and I can't find a decent rental property that's not less than $2,000 to $3,000. Trust me, I've done my homework. There is also no homeless housing available here in El Dorado County. The only housing available, which is out of the Only Kindness organization, I have done my research, and they have 20 houses and they're all full. I do not fit the eligibility requirements at the vet center down in Sacramento, which is under the Volunteers of America, which is a VA funded program. Okay, even though I served my country for 21 years, okay, I do not fit into the eligibility requirements, which I am addressing with my congressional leader, Congressman McClintock. There should be no eligibility requirements on any veteran. I've moved 40 times in my life. This will be the 41st time. Okay, I have no place to go. I will literally be sleeping in my truck somewhere out in the middle of nowhere until I figure out what I'm going to do. Okay, I refuse to spend my money in a hotel room, and I refuse to live in a house that's limited on time restrictions. I served 13 years with the California Army National Guard. And I just want to also say I've been a veterans advocate for over 15 years, helping my fellow veterans. I've been the Vogue, voice of veterans everywhere. And I just want to say to each and every one of you, on behalf of my fellow veterans, that we served with pride and dignity for freedom, life, and liberty. And we deserve that. We deserve affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Good afternoon. My name is Mohammed Fawad Adabar, and I'm the landowner. I bought that property in 2019 to help my fellow veterans, to help foster programming. My father was a veteran. My father was in the Air Force in the late 50s in Texas. We were stationed in Afghanistan. I've seen war, I've seen dead bodies, I've seen a lot of things since I was 8 years old. All I want to do is I want to help. I want to leave a footstep. That's what life's about. It's not about the education. It's not about how you lived and how much money you have. It's what you did for humanity. We're all children of Abraham. There's no difference. These differences are put for people to create chaos, not to give love, not to give passion to each other, not to take care of each other. That's all I want to do. And I'm getting walls being built in front of me. I've been to the planning department just to get an ag building. It's been 3 years, and I've spent $34,000 in 6 different plans, which none of them was needed. And every time I meet one person, he tells me to get this view of the plan. I spend $5,000, $6,000. I bring the view. I can't meet him. I got to see somebody else. He says, "Oh, no, I don't need this. I need the left view." Long story short, 4 times. I still don't have my permit. One side wants to send me to district attorneys for crimes I've committed. The other side is holding my permit, won't give me my permit, telling me there's trees been cut. They show me the map from 2018. I did not own the property till June of 2019. I told them that, look, here's a video when I went to buy it with the agent. These trees were cut. They wanted me to originally pay 180 grand, then it came down. Finally, I called the harvest to come talk to these people, how to do the math, because every time they tell us to do the math, we do, they're not agreeable. Then the gentleman, John, tells me, in front of the harvest guy, which he was shocked, he says, do the math this way. He says, well, that's going to bring the fine to 6,000-7,000. He goes, that's what kind of we're looking for. So I got so frustrated, I didn't know what to do. So I called Chair Lori, left a message in December, never got called back. Then I left another message, another email. Then I got the assistant to call me. She said, give me 1 week and I'll get back to you. Never heard back from them. I have the county, John, and the Karen, the leader of the department. I called her. I said, what's going on? She said, give me a week. It's like a famous number, a week, but I never get called back. So they told me when I went there, they told me they're going to show me the law. And I'm waiting 8 months for them to show me the law. John told me I inherited this. The law says, even if I didn't own the land, I inherit that. Now I have to pay for these old trees. I said, what about if there's a dead body? Am I responsible for that too? So till this day, it's been 8 months. They haven't proved me wrong. They haven't showed me the law, and they keep harassing me, putting sign on my thing saying I'm violating. I'm violating because I have a storage area. I have horses and cows there. They're telling me I can't have anything.
Thank you, Mr. Adbar.
Thank you for your time.
Before I start my 3 minutes, I just want to echo and support these 3 veterans. I'm a veteran myself. I was homeless.
Joe,
12
this
years
is part of
ago.
your 3 minutes if you're at the public
Okay.
podium.
I was homeless 12 years ago for 7 months, living in a tent. It was one of the most challenging things I've ever done in my life. So I think they deserve your support. I'm here today to talk about Linda Grimaldi's appointment. I'm glad you asked her last week whether she intentionally omitted her membership in Boots on the Ground Cali, including her moderator role in that group. Until then, I did not understand how a 74-year-old woman was part of an organization with significant extremist ties. She answered that its leader, Aaron Bate, was her recall Newsom captain. That's the missing link. It also explains why Linda refers to Governor Newsom as Little Dick, another sterling example of the maturity and the civility that you've endorsed, along with her mocking of dementia. Linda also characterized Boots on the Ground Cali as a charitable organization. She omitted mentioning it is very charitable to the extremists, including those in this image facing you. All of them are members of the group that Linda moderates, and all are wearing the logos, patches, or decals with the group's name or the abbreviation BOTGC. On your far left is Chelsea Knight and Aaron Bate attending a freedom rally with Proud Boys. You already know about Chelsea and her neo-Nazi background, but Aaron's also associated with the 3%ers militia. To their right is Lindsay Grathwald. She's gearing up with a bulletproof vest and a helmet to fight with Proud Boys. Her neo-Nazi friends make the Proud Boys look like Cub Scouts. Next to her is Patrick Heel, chapter president of the Hangtown Proud Boys, along with Aaron in Sacramento at a large gathering of Proud Boys. They both know Marcos Santos, a Proud Boy who helped lead the attack on the US Capitol. Finally, there's Alicia Peterson, a co-founder of Boots on the Ground Cali, protesting with Proud Boys. She's got ties to all of these extremist groups and another Capitol attacker out of state. Linda neglected to tell you that her Facebook post with Chelsea Knight and Proud Boys, that she's used Nazi symbols to attack the Democratic Party, or that Alicia Peterson is a fellow moderator of that group. You told Linda that commissioners are a reflection of the board. That's why I'm here, to be a mirror and to ask you exactly what you're reflecting. This is your 3rd appointment of commissioners with undisputed extremist ties, but Linda now brings them all together under a single tent. Some 80 years ago, this country fought against Nazi Germany and the Axis powers. Today, you are endorsing neo-Nazis by appointing their associates with apologies to them by the board chair. What a remarkable disgrace to those who sacrificed their lives to defeat Nazism in the 1940s. 2 of them are from Diamond Springs, Paul and James Tickman, buried side by side up at the B Street Cemetery, brothers in life and in arms. Paul died in January 1943 in a Japanese prison camp. James died 6 months later in a B-17 crash. I know them because I place flags there every year. I strongly implore you to consider her recommendation, her appointment, and honor the sacrifice of the Tixman brothers in our country to defeat Nazis, not those who are standing with them today. Thank you.
Guys, I'm gonna stop the applause. We have a protocol. We don't use that in the boardroom. Thank you for understanding. We just want it to be fair to everybody. Anybody else in the room before we move to Zoom? Because we won't come back. Okay. Oh, come on up. I'm trying to remember. Is it Mac, can't remember. Mac. Yeah. There you go. I remember you had a long name and you said Mac, and I'm like, I got that.
I wasn't expecting to be here today. I didn't know there was a meeting today. But I came over to see George and found out you guys were meeting. And I didn't expect to say anything, but you know, I've been telling you folks, I'm homeless because of the Grizzly Flats fire. And I'm also a veteran. So I guess I want to talk to you folks before we leave. Okay. And also because I heard something very familiar. Us folks from the Grizzly Flats fire have been dealing with the Planning Commission. It's hard for me to keep my language civil, thinking of those folks. They have been nothing but a hassle. I know you've, at least in theory, I heard that you got us exempted from some of the rules. And then now I keep hearing different stories about what the rules are. I wish we had, you know, one central person, point, whatever, that would help organize this. You can't expect us homeless people to organize. I'm disorganized as hell right now. I'm living in my cousin's backyard. I don't have my file cabinets and computers and all that anymore. And I can't even, all I have is a stack of envelopes with handwritten notes on them for who to contact. So don't expect me to know who to, you know, go to and get this or that commission's approval and all. Anyway, it's turning out to be impossible to rebuild up there. Yes, I own a lot of land, actually a lot of land. By that, I own a total of a ½ acre. That's it. And I want to stay there. My girlfriend and I recently, well, I said in front of her that maybe we should think about going elsewhere. I'm born and raised here. My family was in Grizzly over 100 years. My family's been in this state since the 1850s, but I'm looking at leaving California. Like I said, she got upset the first time I mentioned it, and she came around and said, "You're right. There's no way we can afford to live here. That we can't deal with the bureaucracy, the costs, everything else. It's just too much. We're probably going to try to stay on the land until somebody tries to kick us off. And with the cops, you know, we'll leave." And that's most of my friends, my old neighbors, they're gone. They've left. Or they're leaving soon. Some that are leaving like next month. Tom and Gwen are going to Tennessee. There's a meeting coming up for us on April 30th. And they said, only 50 some of them registered. And I said, yeah, because they've all left. And I see I'm out of time.
Thank you, Matt.
I'm seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom. Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 310. Please unmute yourself, 310.
130.
I'm sorry, 130.
130. Yep.
I'll go on to the next one.
Okay.
And now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth, in regard to the additions made March 22nd to BOS Agenda Item 34 on page 3 under Good Governance, number 7 states, create and maintain a positive governance culture for all employees, co-workers, colleagues, board-appointed commissions, and the public by operating in an environment of trust, respect, and professional demeanor at all times. My public comments and inquiries pertaining to this agenda item are attached for the public record, but rather than the BOS responding directly to my inquiries as required by law, Don Ashton flippantly remarked, "There has been a lot of discussion about the allegations of Mr. White. There are confidential personnel matters. We're not going to respond to the emails and inquiries about that." I can tell you that Supervisor Turnbull worked directly with their Human Resources Director and appropriate action was taken, and I'll leave it at that. First of all, my specific inquiries were not pertaining to confidential personnel matters. Don Ashton acted outside the bounds of his authority by inappropriately diverting the issues pertaining to good governance. Then he minimized my factual complaints concerning Todd White's unprofessional and disrespectful conduct, which in reality is hate speech, discrimination, and retaliation. Secondly, Comrade Parlin had the audacity to shush me when I lawfully demanded a public response. In fact, the entire BOS violated the Brown Act by refusing to respond about their hypocritical lack of adherence to EDC core values and good governance policies. Note US versus Tweel, silence can only be equated with fraud where there is a legal or moral duty to speak or where an inquiry left unanswered would be intentionally misleading. This is information the public has a right to know about their government representatives, just as much as the public has to know the truth about the Hunter Biden laptop scandal. Lastly, as a former human resources professional, I can assure you that Joseph Caruso is indeed obligated by law, at the very least, to acknowledge and document all correspondence directed to the HR department and take action to ensure the illicit conduct is remediated. Joseph Caruso is remiss in his fiduciary responsibilities because it is obvious no action was ever taken by HR with regard to Sheriff DeAugustini, Don Ashton, Lori Parlin, George Turnbull, and especially Todd White, who continues to unlawfully deprive me of public services and benefits of taxpayers' membership, aided and abetted by Commissioner Andy Nevis. Read that as fraud. This is not the first time these public servants and others abused the public trust and violated their oaths of office. No wonder EDC has had a revolving door of 15 HR directors in the past 20 years. The greater mystery is, why has California's oldest newspaper failed to provide honest journalism on the subject of EDC corruption?
Thank you, Melody.
Madam Clerk, you will be receiving an email to enter into the public record.
Now taking public comment from Mark Stanley.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Hi, Mark.
Hi. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Mark Stanley. I'm a veteran, real estate broker, landowner, and citizen that lives here in Cool. I want to thank you. I want to take a moment to thank the Board of Supervisors for trying to the very challenging job of bridging the needs of the individual members of the community and those who are trying to develop land in our area. It's a challenging task, and I do appreciate how you're mediating that. One of the things that you've done is you've set aside and allocated money for the development of standards within the county. It's going to be a process. It's going to take time, and I thank you for setting aside that money. I have one request that I would like you to consider, not as affiliated with any other group, but just from my voice, and that's that there've already been designated town center areas. Some of them have design overlays, some of them don't, to help the community have a voice before those standards can be developed in that community. If the Board of Supervisors would consider putting a design overlay for local community input into not only the regional centers, if there's not one currently present, but also the small town centers as well. The way that I think that may be most effective for the local community to have a voice is if the entire town center had that overlay. And I do know that there are some residential units in there, and of course they would be excluded, but should any residential properties decide to rezone in commercial, and they're inside of that town center, designated town center area, we would like them to be included in design overlay, of course, and still until the future when the standards can be met. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mark.
Now taking public comment from 013. Can you please unmute yourself, 013?
Do they have to do something special to unmute on a phone? Do they have to
I
do
think you just
something?
hit *9, star 6.
Star 6? It just doesn't.
I'll move on to the next.
Okay.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Oh boy, take me. Yes, this is Ken Greenwood from the famous Triple Junction out there at the 325 district interface. Yes, I'm calling today about, yes, housing. I'm glad my house didn't burn down in the fire, because seeing what I've seen from some of my clients and friends and so forth, the nice man earlier who spoke hit it right on the head. They're leaving. They just want to leave it behind. They don't care anymore because it just has not been good for them. Okay, and then back to Joe Biden and his promise for that. Yes, thank you, Supervisor Thomas. I did receive the and have forwarded to friends the petition. Appreciate that. Specifically out on Mormon Immigrant Trail, one of my friend's properties has an old 1860s cabin, homestead along the original Mormon Immigrant Trail. The contractors for the OES / everything else came in, and on that particular portion of the property, there was a standing fireplace made of native rock that was beautiful. And sadly, they used an excavator and knocked it over. They were asked by the property owner, do not knock that over. It's in and of itself standing there after the fire, but they did it anyway. And it just is kind of the frustration of these property owners dealing with these people who honestly don't care. They're what's the word, contracted out, and they won't leave your names because they'll just, they'll give you the business's business card, not their own. No way to actually physically contact this individual who's out there on the ground. So you have to go back to higher levels and try to get messages to these people who won't tell you their name. Wow, that seems interesting. I mean, I couldn't believe it as I was getting this response from this contractor. Anyway, bottom line is, these people are cooperating with your program, the right of entry, and on and on and on, and they seem to be treated like trash. And that's inappropriate. And so I will be contacting District 5 and Supervisor Thomas regarding this particular property, and hopefully get some answers on it.
Thank you, Ken.
Setup. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Chris R.
Hi, my name is Chris Rydnow. I'm relatively new here. My first job was at Heavenly 35 years ago, but I moved back to the area, and it reminds me of Virginia, where I grew up. It's very similar. I know some of you have been here your whole lives, and I was very affected by hearing some of those people talk today. One thing I've been concerned about since I moved here was, just hearing, and I realized the meeting today was about eminent domain for private developments, or to facilitate private developments. And I don't know the whole history of and all of the thoughts that go into these developments, but living on Fowler Lane, understanding about what's happening with Dorado Oaks and some of these other things that are planned for the area, It's of great concern because we like the area for a certain reason. We like the charm of the downtown for a certain reason, and they do seem to threaten that. And the thing is, they're not even from the area. The people doing these things are from Southern California, which is not which is a nice place, but quite different. I'm for letting people do what they want to with their property, but not for blowing up other people's property and confiscating people's property, which has seemed to be going on around here. And so I just want to express those two things. One, the concern about the area and the development, which I know housing is needed, and especially for people who've been here for a while. If you want your kids to stay here, you need a place for them to be able to afford. Yeah, it's kind of, in Virginia, I've seen a lot of development in the area I'm from happen on the outskirts of the town, near transportation. So I don't understand why it's happened the way it has here, or it's planned the way it is here. So one, concern about that, the impact on the traffic and so forth, especially for the fires, and then the use of eminent domain frequently being looked to as a solution for that is concerning, to confiscate private property for developers. That's it. I don't need 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good afternoon, board. Everyone has the right to be treated the same when they come before the board on public comment. 2 weeks ago, I didn't feel that way. And I know it's a challenge, and especially if somebody is saying something that you might disagree with, but you need to make sure that everyone is treated the same. Also, 2 weeks ago, I was appalled that one speaker, and I hope you were appalled too, was allowed to swear. And I would think that if someone does that, that their microphone could be cut off immediately. Or if they're speaking at the podium, that would be the same thing. It doesn't happen very often. And it was just really awful that it happened 2 weeks ago. And I hope that you will not allow that person to continue to talk, or anybody who swears while they're trying to get their point across. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon, Shingle Springs. Thank you so much for maintaining the hybrid approach, because I'm actually at another meeting and stepped outside. They're having a longer public comment than you, but they don't have the Zoom option. So very appreciative that you are using a hybrid approach and allowing more public comment. As I shared last time, I appreciate that Lori's now my supervisor, and somewhat saddened that I get to move again for some reason, because my wife really wants to live in Pollock Pines, where Esco's closing tomorrow. Went driving by, and oh my goodness, man, there is one big burn scar. So I certainly hope you can listen to people in terms of focusing on local issues. The next comment is unfortunately respectfully addressed to Supervisor Turnbow, my previous supervisor. I appreciated that you met with me. You had an open door. I experienced that some of your staff, and his name has been mentioned, slammed that door in my face and also blocked my social media access to a whole bunch of things, which doesn't really seem like an appropriate response if I'm just posting moderate Republican comments. In our meeting, Supervisor Turnbow, you acknowledged that there's a difference between campaigning, and we congratulated you on your victory of 240 votes. I did not vote for you, and you shared that you would be governing for the best interest of both your district and the entire county. I feel that you should revisit good governance. You should consider the Bible that we both share. I feel that these appointments have become a distraction, very divisive. I shared there's a place at everybody's table, and I would love if you would bring Mandy and Chris and Tracy and myself together around your kitchen table. But Mandy and Tracy didn't make it as commissioners, and yet they continue to be divisive from my perspective. And you continue to nominate, apparently from a pool of people who don't understand that county government fundamentally is nonpartisan about all the people. And I urge you to share a program how you're going to do the repairs to get us back together. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Kirk Smith. Kirk, could you please unmute yourself? I'll go on to the next one.
Okay.
Now taking public comment from 130. Can you please unmute yourself, 130?
It's just not working for them today. Did they get it?
We got it now, looks like.
Is it going? Are you there?
It looks like they're unmuted, but most of the time it has kind of a green tint to it and it's not.
Yeah.
Sounds like the microphone on that end is not picking up
Yeah.
the voice.
On their phone. It's
Can you
weird.
hear me?
There you
Can you hear
are.
me
Yeah,
now?
you kept going. Okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay, thank you. This is Kim Deerkamp. I'm a resident of Cool, and what I'd like to have to say to you today is I'm extremely concerned about the lack of ability of the citizens of our community to provide feedback on proposed developments due to the lack of a design overlay mechanism for some types of commercial zoning. The types of businesses that are currently interested in developing here are not compatible with our small rural community. We lost the battle with Dollar General and are now faced with a gas station complex that includes a fast food store and car wash, and also an upcoming, apparently a proposed propane distribution center right at the center of town. We do not want our small town to become a rural eyesore. We want more ability to control the destiny of both Cool and Pilot Hill as development pressures increase, and hope to develop our own community plan like Myers did to guide future development. I know this concern is not unique to Cool and Pilot Hill. There are many rural centers in this county facing the same pressures. We really hope to have the Board of Supervisors support protection of and quality of our rural communities. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kit. And thank you for hanging in there. We able to hear you finally. That was good. It took a while.
Thank
you. There's no additional public comment.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out if there was any real questions. I know we connected, I believe we connected Matt. Did you want to elaborate just a little bit? You got connected with someone to help them get some services, right?
Yeah, so I connected Mac with Carla Hass, the co-director of our Caldor recovery efforts to
Okay.
try and provide assistance to them. They're out there talking now.
Okay,
That's what his concerns was. That's what he met with me.
got it. And then the folks on Ascension Lane, I've been in touch with, and we have gotten you connected with folks in planning, so I'll try to follow up with you on that. And then I don't know. And I'm working on something perhaps to address the concerns of the Cool design overlay folks, just so the board knows I might be bringing an item, so be ready. Yeah, I know, it's messy. So just heads up for that. And I think there's only real questions, right? Was there another one?
There was a question, Madam Chair, about the language used by people who speak during open forum and the ability to turn off the microphone and prevent them from speaking. And I think while assuming I can speak for the entire board, that none of us appreciate that language and that conduct. I have talked to council about this at length, and due to prior court decisions and First Amendment rights, we simply cannot prevent people from speaking. We do ask people to be as respectful as possible.
Yep.
As always, advocate for what you need, what you want. That's absolutely, you're right, but do it in a respectful and courteous manner. But
It's a
unfortunately,
shame our attorneys have power over our right to cut off somebody who cannot be respectful, though. That's just, it should be basic civics in my mind.
Well, I will add to that. There is legislation in the works. So, you know, just right, just so you know that that is in the works because of, but I just want to say, I mean, generally speaking, I think that our public does do a good job here. We just have a few outliers and, you know, if that's how they want to be perceived in public, so be it. I know. So there is one person that kept trying to get on. What happened? Is this the one that kept dropping off that we couldn't get a hold of? Do what?
Yes. Did you want to go ahead and?
Let's just give him one more shot at it and see if we can, since we got kits to finally work.
Now taking public comment from 013.
Hello.
Oh my gosh, there you are. We got you.
Thank you, Supervisor Palin. I'm sorry it irritates you when your system doesn't work because I certainly was pushing *6 to be heard.
Yeah, thank you for hanging in there.
Yes, I appreciate it. And I also want to say, aside of my comments, that about 4 times in the last year, I wanted to comment, but because of these people that get up and attack free speech and attack people's right to speak in public and attack our rights under our Constitution, it's so upsetting that I end up giving up, and I don't want to give up this time.
Okay, well, we're listening.
All right, thank you. Do we govern Board of Supervisors by volunteering in El Dorado County now? Did El Dorado County form a wildfire resiliency team and now wildfire resiliency office based on volunteers when the Caldor fire was still burning in Tahoe, when our captains of our fire departments, our chiefs of our fire departments, and every single one of our firefighters had been working for a month already. They weren't done working. I personally wasn't even back in my house because we're on the double dozer line. And neither should I even have been allowed after 3 weeks back in my house. I should have been kept out for another week. But at that point, you guys were taking volunteers, captains, and people with interests on the West Slope with concerning monies and going after grant fire and plans going ahead. And I can't believe that what I seem to have heard at the last meeting is that you decided to fund a wildfire resiliency office and exclude the Tahoe Basin taxpayers, homeowners, and neighborhoods from the process. And let me look at my notes. The Lake Valley, which is the only place that the Upper Truckee River comes from. The Upper Truckee River is the only river that runs into Lake Tahoe. And so you're excluding the neighborhoods that by super efforts didn't burn to the ground, but we've all lost our insurance. We're all priced out of our insurance. And it sure sounds like this new office is excluding us because of some fire council that we're not aware of, that we're not represented by, and we don't pay taxes to. I have it on good authority that the issue of does the Tahoe Basin belong in El Dorado County is about to come up again. And this is
Thank you
issue number
for
one.
your time is up. Did you want to volunteer your name for the record?
Board of Supervisors. Thank you
So-
very much for not representing us.
All right, thank you. And okay.
I called, I've just.
Okay, Supervisor Novosel
For
can
the
follow up.
record, I know who that is because I tried to call her 3 times yesterday and her phone's not working.
Okay,
Tried to explain to her what's going on. that
Okay.
We are being represented.
so she can call your office perhaps for a follow-up. Okay,
Her number's not working.
very good. Okay. Our next item's at 2 p.m. time allocation. So I think we're going to try and squeeze in a closed session item before 2 p.m. So we'll be right back. Okay, we are back from closed session. County Council, do we have anything to report out?
Madam Chair, the board met in closed session and heard items 32 and 33 completing its closed session agenda. There's no action to report out.
Very good, thank you. And with that, we'll move on to item 31.
Item 31 is a hearing from the Department of Transportation recommending the board consider the following. 1, conduct a hearing to consider adoption of a resolution of necessity related to the Diamond Springs Parkway Phase 1B project. 2, make findings pursuant to the California Code of Civil Procedure, Section A, the public interest and necessity require the proposed project. B, the project is planned or located in the manner that most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. C, the property described in the resolution of necessity is necessary for the proposed project. And D, the offer required by Section 7267.2 of the government code has been made to the owner of record unless the owner of record could not be located with reasonable diligence. 3, adopt the resolution of necessity. And 4, authorize outside counsel with cooperation as needed from county council to proceed with the necessary steps to acquire the required property. Supervisor Parlin, could you please open the public hearing?
I open the public hearing.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Board of Supervisors, good afternoon. My name is Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. Today, you will be hearing a resolution of necessity for parcel numbers 327-270-043-046 and 050. With me, I have my staff as well as County Council to go over this resolution of necessity. But before I hand it over to them to give a presentation, I just wanted to let you know what the procedures for today are going to be at first. Madam Chair already opened up the hearing. Next, we will be giving a presentation by DOT, after which the Board of Supervisors are welcome to ask staff as well as County Council any questions that they might have. At that point, we will have the property owner, James Teeter, who is here present, to give his presentation. We can then have public comment. We can then return it back to the board, transportation for any additional staff and or comments and questions. Any final statements can be said by the property owner. At that point, Madam Chair could then close the hearing, final comments, and then roll call for vote. So with that said, I will hand it over to Danny for County Council to start the presentation.
Good afternoon, Board. Danny Van de Koolk, Deputy County Counsel. I wanted to kind of begin today's hearing by providing you a general overview of the eminent domain process in order to provide you some context for what the type of evidence you're going to need to hear today and the type of findings that you make. And then I'll go on to discuss the requirements that must be met in order to adopt the proposed resolution necessity. You can see in this slide here, the eminent domain process does begin with the adoption of a resolution of necessity. That purpose of that resolution is it does authorize the county to file a complaint in civil court to obtain property. And what an eminent domain action is, it's a lawsuit essentially. And then what it provides that it's a type of lawsuit that allows the county to acquire certain property interests by complying with these rules set out in state and federal law, including that we provide just compensation. One thing I wanted to note as part of the eminent domain process, that matter can be settled informally or through mediation. It does not have to go all the way through the whole action. And if there is no such settlement, the property owner has a right to have the fair market value of the property determined by a jury. Now, for this next slide, one thing I wanted to emphasize here is that we're getting to the point, usually when a resolution necessity is brought to your board, because the county and the property owner cannot agree on price in terms of sale. But I want to kind of emphasize here, though, is that the adoption of the resolution necessity does not foreclose the ability for future negotiations or discussions with the property owner on price in terms of sale. Instead, what it really provides is that it provides that any future negotiations are going to be done within the confines and protections of state and federal law that protects the property owner as well as the county. And here's a couple of these big issues I wanted just to note to you is One is that, shortly after filing the action, what the county will do is we deposit what is called our probable compensation, which is really the compensation that was part of our appraised amount. Now, the benefit of that for the property owner is the property owner can withdraw that amount immediately. So they can, at a pretty early stage of the process, make use of that amount, that compensation. And the property owner still has the ability to make a claim for greater compensation if they believe that the amount deposited is not adequate. And ultimately, it's the jury, and if they so choose to go to the end of the action, that determines the amount of compensation. And that is a right given to the property owner by both the state and federal constitution. Now, all that being said, I'm going to go through here. What are the four main elements of eminent domain? And these are the role of the board here is to look at the evidence presented to you to determine whether these four elements have been met. One, the public interest and necessity require the proposed project. Two, the project is planned or located in a manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and least private injury. Three, the property is sought to be acquired as necessary for the project. And four, that we have made essentially an offer to the property owners in record, and that offer was itself based on an amount set by an independent appraisal. Now, I want to briefly touch on the fourth one here, just to note that it is a requirement in eminent domain that we did in fact send an offer, and that offer was based on independent appraisal. But the issue of the adequacy of compensation is not before you today. That this isn't really the correct venue for that type of discussion. What our discussion will be is focused on these four requirements. And that kind of also touches on, well, what I kind of mentioned a second ago about that the property owner has a constitutional right, if they so choose, to have the adequacy of compensation decided by a jury, if they really want that to be an issue. So, and we could, after we file this action as well, there still might be a chance where the issue of compensation can come up in a future board action, usually in the terms of, in the confines of a settlement negotiation, but it won't be before you today. So just as a general view here is that what I will then turn it over in a second here to Matt. He will go through and present to you evidence and information and evidence for you to consider whether these requirements have been met. And also the property owner will have his right to make make some arguments to you as well for you to consider. And if you have for your questions or anything like that, I'm happy to answer them later on. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. Matt Smeltzer, Deputy Director Engineering, DOT. I'll go over some more details of the project. Here is a project location map in the county. It's in Diamond Springs. Here's a more detailed map zoomed in of the area showing Missouri Flat Road and State Route 49 and the proposed alignment and the subject parcels. Overview of the project has its CEQA compliance. There was a connector concept study in 1992. It was also part of the MCNFP funding program, and this project is partially funded by the MCNFP. There's an environmental document, an EIR, adopted in 2011, and then a small supplemental environmental document in 2016. The project is to be constructed in two phases. The first phase is complete now on Highway 49, and we're working to move forward on the next phase to go from Missouri Flat Road to State Route 49. Project will include Class 2 bike lanes, sidewalks, and transit pullouts on both sides of the new parkway. This one I might read verbatim because it's important. Public interest and necessity. This project, this is right out of the EIR actually, provides a connector road between Missouri Flat Road and State Route 49, greatly reducing the heavy traffic volumes through the historic Diamond Springs improves emergency vehicle access and operations, improves pedestrian safety, class 2 bike lane, sidewalks, and again, transit turnouts on both sides, quite a few multimodal features, which are important these days, and relieve the traffic that is the businesses in downtown Diamond Springs are being burdened by. It's very difficult to pull in and out of those driveways there. And we're on our way to complete the second phase of this two-phase project. This slide is about the project's compatibility with the greatest public good and least private injury. The property owner has objected to the resolution on the basis that the project is not planned or located in a manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. As I mentioned, we've gone through many years of studies. The project design included the alignment after numerous meetings of numerous public meetings. And April 28th, the board held a hearing to consider the issue and approved amending the preferred alignment from the 8 considered options down to the chosen alignment we're working with today. And the reason being was that alignment was demonstrated the least harm to the private properties by trying to line up with the parcel lines. So it only took a sliver in most cases from each side of those parcel lines. Project will not displace or require the relocation of any property owners on the subject property to be acquired proceeding with this project, and again, minimizing private injury. The property owner has moved tenants onto the subject property after our original offer was sent out. Any impact of those property owners, though, these current tenants will be addressed through the existing process regarding the relocation compensation process. And here are the 8 alignments that have been looked at in the past. The black and white lines through the middle of all that spaghetti is the parkway going from Missouri Flat to Highway 49. And these are the alignments that were considered, and I think initially started back in the MCNFP era when it was being considered and developed. The lower alignments, the green and the light blue, were going to present more impacts to residential properties. There's a lot of residents along the green. The blue would bisect parcels in half, large parcels. And so that was a great impact. It was also getting close to some historic elements that were of a concern back then. And then the red alignment was an alignment called the sweeping alignment that made the Parkway connector and 49 come together in a curve. That again bisected properties more and wasn't approved by Caltrans. They did not want that alignment to bisect Highway 49 like that. Some of those other alignments that are going above the black lines that the approved project is are the yellow and purple lines there. Those would have bisected the El Dorado Trail SPTC corridor, created necessary crossings for that, or possibly even relocating the El Dorado Trail completely, and also impacted other parcels and would have impacted more parcels along the Missouri Flat corridor there as it ties in. The approved alignment lines up well with the existing Missouri Flat as it sweeps into there, taking good use of the existing road right of way we have there. This is a right of way exhibit of the project and kind of a picture of where we're at today. There was 25 parcels that we dealt with on this project. There's only a few remaining. The Teeter property is in the middle there. There's a red box with Teeter name. All the yellow parcels are ones we've already acquired. The Rayleigh's parcels is just to the left of the Teeter parcel or to the west of it. And we are very close to that agreement being signed. The negotiations have all completed and they've agreed to the compensation. And that agreement is on its way to Rayleigh's. The Gold Key Storage was almost signed and the property owner sold the property just before he signed it. The new property owner is being very cooperative and those negotiations are going well. We expect to get that signed soon. And Camp's property there on the end is very close to getting signed too. There was some minor grading features he wanted us to include as we realigned Bradley Way. This is some information, details about the parcel, the 3 parcel numbers that are impacted. Bare land on the north side of China Garden. There's the owner's names and the living trust that they're under and the area of the parcels. And the final bullet point there is phase 1B includes construction of a new 4-lane connector between Missouri Flat and 49. And the subject properties are situated east of Missouri Flat Road, almost midway between the length of the parkway. This is just a list of the 3 parcels that are affected and the breakdown of the different types of acquisitions we need. Every one of those include some fee and title, slope and drainage, and utility easements. 2 of those parcels have a small amount of uneconomic remnant. An uneconomic remnant is from a partial taking, a small remaining piece and the size and shape, and it was determined by our professional appraiser that it was of very little value and the best interest would be to acquire that small remainder also. Here's an exhibit of the Teeter parcel with the red lines being the new proposed parkway. Green lines, or green area is the slope, drainage, and utility easement. The salmon color or pink color in the middle is fee right away. And the blue is those uneconomic remnants that I had mentioned. There is an existing road easement that is that long skinny parcel. There's actually a small triangle along the front there that's the lines aren't shown, but I think it's shown in another exhibit that Teeter also owns. So they have a small amount of frontage and a road access off of China Garden. In the future, there will be a much better public access and a much larger frontage, which I would expect could increase the value of the property, especially in this area. And so those are the areas affected, and it lists the same areas there in the table as we've shown in the other slide. That was an aerial photo that we used off Google Earth from back in, I think, 2018. Since then, we'd mentioned previously that there's tenants that have moved on the parcel. And now the bare land is being occupied by a construction company using it as a construction yard. There's a office trailer, a white rectangle shape there that kind of overlaps into the green slope easement we need to acquire, and some vehicles being parked up in that area too that we intended to acquire. And that's a recent Google updated their aerial photo in 2022. This is a 2-page one. These are all the offers and negotiations we've gone through with the property owner starting in 2018. When the board authorized us to negotiate for the acquisitions. That was phase 1 of the Diamond Springs Parkway at the time. We were hoping to stockpile dirt that was going to be exported off the phase 1 project and stockpile it there midway on the parkway, which would have worked out great for us. But that agreement couldn't be reached. So we let it go. And then in 2020, we had a new appraisal drawn up and An evaluation of that was 213,000. There were some offers and letters back and forth. We sent letters trying to get a response for about 6 months. The owners got a new appraisal in the spring of 21 and submitted a counter offer for 224,000. Owners revised the counter offer to 200 to account for a TCE they wanted us to drop at the request. And the board met in closed session. We revised the agreement, sent it to the owner. And then in July of 2021, counter offer came back again of 224,000 and was agreed by the owner. That was based on an appraised value without the TCE, but some potential drainage improvements that he had said he wanted to make on his property. Again, there was meetings and agreements sent back and forth. The owner signed the agreement. We took it to the board signed it in August of 21. Unfortunately, we had gone back and forth so many times. The date on the escrow closing date in that agreement had not been modified or extended yet. And so it was coming up to meet that date to close escrow. So we emailed to get an escrow extension to the title company and to the owner. The owner did not want to sign an escrow extension, and we were at impasse. There was a notice of intent letter sent to the owner and additional board meeting that brought us here today. So it's DOT's recommendation that the board adopt the resolution of necessities and findings contained herein and for the Diamond Springs Parkway project. A 4/5 vote is required, and we're glad to answer any questions or listen to any comments. Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking for buttons from the board. Anyone want to ask, or you want to wait for public comment perhaps? Anyone? Supervisor Thomas, are you good for the moment? You want to wait?
Yeah, I'll wait. Thank you so much.
Okay, very good then. So I think then we will go ahead and take, you want to do that
Yeah,
first
yeah, and
before?
we wanna
Okay.
hear from Mr. Teeter,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Can we have a timer ready for 15 minutes, please? Okay, and the property owner want to come up?
We asked if I could take my mask off, and they said I could when I was at the podium.
Yep, absolutely.
I'm here. I am the property owner. My name is Jim Teeter, or James Teeter. I'm here for a variety of reasons. One, and they told me I can't talk about compensation. And I don't have much disagreement about the need, the necessity for the road. I have a lot of problems with how the county has handled their negotiations. And period of over 30 years this has on been going, and the condemnation that has happened, and the sale of the property a couple times where they came and talked to the county, and the county literally blew the deal. And I would think that that would have some reflection on the compensation, but we started all over. And I was going through basically a breakdown because of all of this. And I was under the gun to be able to submit a proposal, a counter proposal by the, let's see if I can find my paper here. Anyway, our appraiser had talked to the county representative, and they knew when the date was coming. And the day before, the appraiser had told the county that he was going to have my appraisal done without any time to go over it or anything. They wanted me to submit a counteroffer before 5 o'clock. My appraiser was not ready, even though he had plenty of time. And I still don't know how you could hire anybody to tell somebody else what their property's worth. But I submitted a counter offer and we dealt back and forth, and there were some things, and then there was some obvious stuff that you, the board, voted to go ahead and accept. But then they changed their mind. Oh, that wasn't acceptable. And so anyway, we went ahead and signed it, and we had a drop dead date of September 1st of an agreement that I was not uncomfortable with. I was really feeling that the procedure was way out of bounds for anything that would happen. The negotiation was never fair. It's like them holding an eminent domain gun at your head. And if you talked about something or tried to rationalize stuff, it just didn't work. So my deal was to throw in the towel, get on with my life. I needed to get rid of the internal problem that was going on in me. And my wife isn't doing well. I'm not going to use that as a victim status thing, but she's slipping quickly. I think this had something to do with making that go forward. But there was a drop dead date of September 1st. And we agreed, and this was it. And we were going to just take our money and go. September 1st comes. A few days after September 1st, I go to the title company where it's at. It's not funded. They haven't done the county. It's not finished. They didn't ask me for till almost in December did they ask me to file a thing to continue with it. Since then, because everything was gone, I've talked to 3 attorneys. They said everything we agreed on once the time and date came about is completely over. None. They've all told me the same thing. None of anything we've ever done in the past is applicable to this. Said you start all over, and that's why I'm here. And I know they just told you that there's a counteroffer. I have presented a counteroffer to the county, but I don't have a counteroffer from the county. I don't have any offer at all. Since the drop dead date that they didn't fulfill, and everything's over, none of anything that has passed, according to attorneys, is applicable. So here I am, standing in front of the board. They're going to ask you to proceed with letting it go to eminent domain to go to court. I'm still in the wanting to negotiate in a more fair manner. I would like an arbitrator or something that you just didn't have to talk to somebody. And it'd be nice to talk to the person that was going to make the deal, because you make the deal and they go and the words come back changed. Nothing works as advertised, it doesn't seem like. So that's why I'm here. Now, the harm, I'm not against the road. I'm not against where it's at. I think it's a necessity even. And I think that from the years back, we asked many meetings, we asked to move the trail before the trail was ever bit to the north, so the road would be less aggressive. We've done all kinds of things. None of that happens. Everybody's got their own little plan. So the harm is this particular project has been ongoing for almost maybe more than 30 years, where it's condemned our property on a regular basis from buyers and this people and this, and the list goes on. And, you know, I don't think it quite qualifies for inverse condemnation, but it's really close. The harm is, why can't we not have any harm? Why don't this county want to make all of the people in their whole? Why do they have to play the little games like kids do? And, oh, we got to this like a I win, you lose situation. Why can't it be a win-win deal? Why can't we come to some resolution that's fair, where the value is, I know what my counter offer was based on what I had another person interested in the price for, and I offered it to the county for the same price. I wasn't asking for damage to the remainder. I wasn't asking for anything. I don't know if they've submitted that to you or not, but I don't have a counter offer from the county. So that's where we are. I think there's been a lot of harm done over the years with the developers that wanted to come and invest in El Dorado County based on some of the actions of how this county has got a reputation of being the worst in the whole state to deal with. It's broken. I'm not saying we should have red carpet and no red tape, but I am saying that nothing that I have experienced has been what I would consider fair. I can keep talking. I got new shoes. There you go.
Very nice.
Antiperspirant on. I don't need to run out my time. I have some information for you. I made 6 copies if you want some of the stuff, but it's up to you if you want it.
Yeah.
And I didn't go into detail. No reason to waste everybody's time, but I think there's 5 or 6 copies in there.
Do you want to just talk about the
Oh, sure.
the
I'm open for
handout?
any discussion that you want to have.
If once we get the handout, do you want to talk about that at all, or is
Well,
it pretty self-explanatory? Do you
just-
think, or
I think it is.
let me see really.
I
Here we go.
haven't on the top first page is the agreement that when September 1 came along and the county didn't fulfill the escrow, that would seem really stupid to me. I would think they were stealing our property and we were throwing in the towel, and then they didn't even fulfill that, which is one more, my term, harassment. But the law looks good up there. We go clear back to 2018. And my wife had a heart attack somewhere around 2016 or something. I went to the county and said, I'd like to do what do they call it when they're going to make a special from where you don't have much money. I don't have much money. I have a piece of property that's worth a lot of money to me, but not to you. Anyway, the second page is a little note there about the time when the county forced me into making an offer without even having my appraisal back. There's oh, look at there. I don't know if that's acceptable or not. That's my that's my offer that I was willing to do. Anyway, we ended up with some drainage problems. And the fence, my goodness. Yeah, I do have a complaint. In the signing of the document that we were going to go to escrow for, I had wanted we have a fence, the property's fenced, it was. I said, well, one of the things I want is to put a fence up. Well, I asked, when's the fence going to be? And unfortunately, this is my own estimation, a smirk. And at the end of the project. Well, that doesn't help my tenant. That doesn't help any security. So in my new proposal, I have a temporary fencing and a more permanent fencing. The road is not built to really be in our favor because it's elevated. Can you tell me how high it is elevated? I'm going to run out of time.
The road is about 6 feet at the most on the west end, and then averages between 2 and 4 feet the rest of it.
That's better than I have been told before. That's acceptable. Actually, that's not my complaint now because it's more clear, but that's the first time I've got this answer. And the reason in the appraisal, that the reason I put people on there was I needed some revenue stream, but the appraisals were so low that I rented it on purpose to get my own appraisal, which was less than a penny per square foot. And I rented it for 4.3 cents a square foot. That's pretty far off. The list goes on and on and on. They wanted a 7-year easement. And I thought, you're not going to condemn, I'm 78 years old. You're going to condemn my property for 7 more years that I'm not going to be able to sell it or do something because there's an easement there. That was so far out of acceptance. There was no way in the world that I'm not in my right mind, but there's no way that world almost anybody would accept something like that. Anyway, I think I'm finished. You can ask me questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Teeter. Do we want to ask questions while he's here? If does anybody?
You're more than welcome to ask Mr. Teeter questions at this time, or if you'd like, you can ask us questions, or wait till the end, however the board's desires.
Anybody know District 1? I see.
Yeah, Mr. Teeter mentioned an arbitration process. Have we ever used an arbitration process in this kind of an eminent domain as an intermediary prior to going to a jury and that sort of thing? Is that something that's common practice or not?
I'm not personally aware if we have done it pre-adoption of resolution necessity in an eminent domain action. That is something that you can have mediation. It's not arbitration, I believe, but there is mediation that can occur in a formal court action. I'm not aware if we have done mediation in pre-adoption of a resolution.
The resolution of necessity is the gateway to get to that alternative that we don't have today. Is that the proper way to state it?
Yes, I think that's a fair way of stating, is that you would, in a court action, there is ability to do mediation. So,
but furthermore, there is also the fact that we are still going to be negotiating with the property owner, even if action is taken today. Just because action is taken today doesn't mean that we are still moving forward with getting another appraisal for this property at today's property values. And then it's going to be presented to the board, at which then case, if the board accepts, we will be giving an offer back to the property owner. So there still could be negotiations. And if at the end, we can't come up to a resolution, possibly some kind of mediation.
Thank you. That's helpful. Yep.
Supervisor Thomas. Oh, did you want to respond to that really quick? Sorry.
Just to address that.
Go ahead.
I don't know why we couldn't have an arbitrator, because it hasn't done before, because my experience with how it's went so far hasn't been good.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to avoid going to court. I can't afford
That's
that.
what it sounds like.
It's not what I want for any of us. I'm trying to come to some reasonable offer that's more applicable to what the land's actually worth. And if it's only worth that much, it's all the county has driven it down to that much. Let's go on.
So you're really interested in a binding arbitration process rather than a mediation process, which are substantially different. That's the kind of way I interpret your words. Is that correct?
I need a neutral party that when we're discussing something, that instead of changing it around and saying, oh, we can't do that, or we can't do that, or that's so unreasonable, or what, we can't look at that because this is what the appraisal said, that is now what we pay somebody to go make an appraisal on. I hope none of you have to ever go through this.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. This is violating every kind of real rule that we live by, but that's a whole nother story.
Okay. Let's see what Supervisor Thomas has to say.
Thank you. First of all, Mr. Teeter, I want to thank you for being here today. So appreciate hearing from you. Appreciate your balanced sense that you recognize the need for this road. And I'm sorry this has been a difficult process. Actually, the questions I had for our staff just answered. And I think we all share your desire to have an equitable, solution that is harmonious moving forward. I think I'm pretty sure we're all aligned in that. So I guess my question that you just answered, Raphael, was that some time has passed on our appraisal. And so I wanted to ask if we were going out for another one to refresh that information, given the fact that property values have, greatly increased over the last couple of years. And I think you just answered that. So where are we on that process?
That is correct, Supervisor Thomas. The Department of Transportation has since requested and ordered a consultant to perform another appraisal of the property with today's property values. And Mr. Teeter is correct. The Department of Transportation fortunately did miss a deadline. And the reason why I say fortunately is because the previous appraisal that we had with Mr. Teeter was over 2 years old. And as you all know, property values have changed drastically since then. I feel it was and is going to be in everybody's best interest to have an honest discussion between the county and Mr. Teeter and what the true value of the property is going to be with a new appraisal in our hands and before the board, so that we can offer the property owner something that is equitable and fair.
And so Raphael, what is our timing on that? What do you anticipate?
We believe that we should be getting the appraisal of that property back within the next month and a half to 2 months.
Okay. And Mr. Teeter, I can assure you that I have had meetings about this with our staff. We've had in-depth discussions between us, and I can assure you that our staff has, I am confident that they have the best intentions moving forward, and look forward to a successful process. I understand that the item before us today is to keep the process moving forward, keep the project moving forward. But I am also very grateful that we are already in the process of doing what we need to do to continue successful negotiations. So I look forward to that moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, can I speak again?
Of course.
I think this meeting, again, I'm not too sure what the appraiser is going to be, because all the things, there's the property that I own, that my family owns, is literally a key, probably one of the most valuable pieces of property in the greater Placerville area. It's been looked at by Walmart, it's been looked at by Home Depot, it's been looked at by, the list goes on. I've had offers, they've talked to the county, but we have the Rayleighs, they're not going to build here anymore. They're pulling out. They're very upset. I mean, they told me they paid whenever they bought it, let's say in the 90s, they told me they paid $6 a square foot for it. They did a huge environmental cleanup. They tore down a huge building. The environmental problems, I got blamed some, but it really wasn't my fault. I owned the auto dismantling facility there. I was very aware of being conscientious about those kinds of things. It had been a train repair station before. There was a lot of it on it. Our own property has passed the soils test. That's not a problem. Anyway, they have a huge investment that they were intending to go. In fact, it goes back to Matt. You can originally in the beginning they were part of the plan, part around.
Oh, Mr. Teeter, can you speak to the microphone? Yeah. Yeah. So we can hear you. That's all.
Okay.
Microphone.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I didn't know how to say it, but they're not coming. I've talked to them. Anyway, I was told by attorney, and I haven't hired one, by the way, I needed to put these words in. Invested back expectations. Investment back expectations. They keep telling me that I need to say that.
Okay.
We have an investment back expectation that is really not anywhere close to reality by the previous appraisals, not even my own. They appraised a place in Shingle Springs. It's out in the back, and it's industrial in here. And then the one place that's close to appraisal, and I'm talking about finances now, I guess, but I'm told I can't do that. But seems what we're here about. It was on where the health center is being built on Missouri Station. I know what that sold for. It's considerably less than what our appraisal was. I mean, more than what our appraisal was for. But that was a hill that didn't need excavation, needed excavation. They couldn't use it the way it was. In the 70s, maybe early 80s, I moved 150,000 cubic yards of dirt to create what we have. My lowest bid was $150,000. It seems like a long time ago, but in 78 or something, I paid $30,000 for this property. I had to invest $150,000 plus rock and a fence, which is coming up to around $200,000. Back then, that just the improvement to the property and the rock right now is over $1.5 million if I had to have it graded today. That was never even put in either one of the appraisers. Nothing was added like, okay, you did this. They gave me $5,000 for a gate on the appraiser. $5,000 for a gate. You didn't mention that the rest of the property was fenced. And I'm thinking, I paid $18,000. Anyway.
Let me see what Supervisor Trimby might have a question for you.
We're a long ways
Yeah,
off.
yeah.
We need to get it fixed, and that's what I'm here for. But I really think that if you vote that you can send me to court and they have before we continue doing this, I would tell you to deny them today, because I have an offer to them, but they don't have an offer to me. All of the past is gone.
Mr. Teeter, I want to ask staff a question if
Yes,
you don't
please.
mind. Raphael, I heard you say, if you take action today, I heard it. We don't have to do this today. What I want to know is if, based on the fact that you said we're working on a new appraisal at
That is correct.
today's market value, is it an option for us to not move forward with this notice of intent, I think it's called, and instead go back and do some negotiations with Mr. Teeter, only because I heard, he doesn't want to go to court. Things have changed, and it sounds like we have willing parties. Is that an option? I just want to know if that's an option. What does that look like?
Okay, so that is an option. And for today's resolution of necessity, what it does is it puts a timeline on moving forward with the project. So if we agree to the resolution of necessity of needing this property for this project, it then commits us to meeting our schedules and our deadlines with our project, our Caltrans, our grants, our funding, and basically all the schedules and the budgeting that we've had moving forward. If we don't, what happens is if we don't come up with an agreement on a price for the property, then at some point we're going to have to set that deadline then, and then now it's pushed the project out, and it could have jeopardized any further potential for the project moving forward.
When's that drop it dead date?
We have a year from now. We have a year from today.
we have a
Approximately
month or 2
approximately
years.
a year before. We have several grants as well as other funding mechanisms that are moving forward with this project. So I in good faith and my department's willingness to work with the property owner, not just this property owner, all the property owners that we're working on with currently. We're working with finalizing Riley's, Gold Key, and Camps. And so all we're saying is that we will continue that negotiation in good faith. We will continue. And that's why we ordered their appraisal and that it's going to be getting here within the next month and a half. And we will be presenting it to you so that then the board can say what steps they want to move forward. And then we can present something back to Mr. Teeter, and then Mr. Teeter can present something back to us. But what it does is now we've committed. We're keeping our promise to meeting our timelines and our schedules within that year. And I think within a year, ourselves, because it's not the Department of Transportation, it's the county as a whole, ourselves and the property owner would be able to find a negotiated agreement.
So let's go back to, we dropped the ball last September because we
Yes.
had it signed in escrow
Yes.
and we didn't finish that off.
Yes.
So bad on us. The good on him is that the prices have gone up a lot.
No, it was always worth more.
Okay.
Hasn't went up much. and I
But
don't
you,
know what
but
the
you,
appra-
but there was an agreement between
Oh,
you
yeah,
and the
it was just
county.
to throw in the towel. I got to get my life back.
Right.
I
Okay.
wasn't sleeping. I was shaking inside the day I made the
I've been
appraisal.
through this stuff. This is not fun. I got it. And that's where my concern is. I want to make sure if we were to extend something like this, that would be it. I mean, you make your offers, you do your negotiating, and because we have to move forward. I understand where we need to move forward, Raphael. But at the same time, I'm concerned we'll make sure that we're fair to our owner. Although I just don't, this has been dragged out a long time.
Yeah.
It has. And that's the only reason that we're here today is because the Department of Transportation and I, as the director of that department, have now come to realize that we are in a corner with our deadlines and our timelines for this project. It has been ongoing, and I can't move forward knowing that I could potentially be jeopardizing the budget. So that's the only reason why I'm bringing this. But at the same token, I agree with you, Supervisor Novoso, and Parlin, that we need to be fair to our property owners, and that's why another appraisal was brought forth, and that the county said, yes, we are going to go through that expense because it is the right thing for the property owner, for us to get fresh eyes on this.
So what
And-
is the harm on us to wait that month and a half, get the appraisal, and then you get it negotiated right then whenever you need to, and then we move forward?
The only harm is, and then the offer comes before the board then offers it to the property owner. If the property owner doesn't agree, and then the property owner decides to then get another appraisal, and then that could take anywhere between a month to another 2 months for the property owner to get an appraisal, and then present that to the board, and then come back to this same situation we're at. We can have anywhere between 2 months to approximately 8 months by the time we finally either come to that fork in the road where we say one way or another.
But this process can happen at any time, right? We can bring this, you can bring this back and we can go into this process again in a month, right?
Our schedule is pretty much at risk. Our schedule was to get.
Microphone.
Sorry, guys.
Choose a microphone, any microphone.
Trying to speak louder.
Yeah.
Our schedule is at risk. Our schedule included the commitment to the CTC and Caltrans to get that $6.5 million total funding we have now through the SHOP program and their local partnership program. The schedule was to get all right-of-way completed and go in for a right-of-way certification, since we are obtaining some right-of-way over at the Highway 49 area. And so the project does include Caltrans and does require their approval, and especially since they're funding it, they want to see that we have all the right-of-way done by October. It takes 60 to 100 days to get on the CTC commission then to get the allocation for the funding that they've lined up for us. And then we have to award the contract within 6 months of that allocation by the CTC.
So if it wasn't for what Matt Smelser just presented to you today, I wouldn't be here today. I would still be negotiating with James Teeter. It was when I heard that we were having to present back to the CTC and jeopardizing the funding, when I said, okay, we need to move forward, but at the same time, say in good faith, continue to the negotiation process with the property owner.
So that brings me
Yeah.
back to square one, which
Right.
is we can do what we're doing today and you can still negotiate with the
Yes.
property owner.
Yes,
I don't, I think it's just a shame because we had this all settled in September, obviously.
we
but
did.
That all being said, I mean, I guess that's the fairest thing to do. I'm just
Well,
trying to
and
make
there's-
s's
There's
fair.
4 other conditions that were requested by Mr. Teeter, in
That's
addition
true.
to
I see
appraisal,
that.
and
I
those
saw
haven't
it.
been resolved. So it's more than just an
No, you're
appraised
right.
value, right?
I noticed that.
That's true.
So I just want to remind the board that we're not here to negotiate a deal.
Right, no.
No, we
Yeah,
just
I'm
want to
trying figure out
understand the
timeline
process.
of us doing
And
this.
I, Supervisor Thomas, I have a feeling you have a thought on some process, so I'm just gonna go to you really quick.
I just want to, as a supervisor of District 3, I just like to support our staff's comments. There is a lot at stake here. We are on the tail end of acquisition on this project. This project is critical to the movement of people from South County, from, relieving the pressure off of historic Diamond Springs. This has been a long project in the making. We're at the tail end of this. And I appreciate the fact that this resolution of necessity does not preclude us from negotiating. In fact, I think it holds the county's feet to the fire. And it, because as was brought, we blew it in September. And this keeps us the pressure on to get this done. And I think all of us have a willing desire to come to get together on this. So I think it's critical that we do move forward, but continuing the, strict negotiations and get this done in a equitable manner. And I think there's a shared willingness to do that. I have confidence in that. But I think we do need to take this action today because we cannot lose this funding.
Okay. I had Supervisor Trumbu.
One of the biggest things, we did drop the ball on this, and it was totally ridiculous is what happened. It should have never happened in the first place. But this negotiation right now, do you have appraised now? Appraisal is going to appraise it to tomorrow, this next week? Is it going to be a month down the road before it gets
And
appraised?
I asked the appraisal to see if they could get it done as soon as possible. And with today's real estate market, they are booked out solid. We were actually fortunate when they said they could fit us in to meet within a month and a half, because all other appraisals are taking anywhere between 2 to 4 months.
To me, it's just, we should never even be here.
Well,
This should have
that's
been,
true,
you know,
but,
it's,
we're here.
I know,
Yeah,
we're here.
I know.
But the biggest thing that, you know, that we need to do is we need to move forward. We need not drop the ball again and I mean, not drag our feet to get this done.
Supervisor, that's why I'm here today. I am not the supervising right-of-way manager. I am the director of transportation, and 9 times out of 10, you won't see me at these types of hearings. But because of the missteps that were taken back in September, I give you my word that I will be following this along each step of the way, and that I will be informing each one of you each step of the way, as well as Mr. Teeter, as to exactly where we're at, what the next steps are, and what we have to do to make sure that everybody is on the same page, and that we don't miss our deadlines, and that we are moving forward with either the negotiation and or the timeline of schedule of the property and the project.
And then, Mr. Teeter, did you want to respond to something you heard here really quick? I saw you
Well,
kind of.
I have 2 things to respond to. County council said we're not here to negotiate this thing. So I have a proposal. They have it. He can meet with you tomorrow. You can accept it. We can solve this problem. It's simple. It's not just a few short things. It would need to be worked out in the wording. And it would be, I don't think it's fair to me, but it's what I'm willing to take on the bottom side. But they don't even have a counteroffer to do it. You're voting on something that's actually to send us to court without them performing. We're starting another one of those spiral things. Anyway, years ago, they all told me that in this negotiation, I would be in front of the board every time they brought it up. I mean, Brian said, oh, we're not going to just do this. We're not going to just run you over. You get to go to the board and present your case. But I understand that that's not how it works.
Okay.
So for clarity, did I hear you state that your offer of March 4th, 2021, your counter
I would not
proposal?
accept that again.
Okay,
But
that's what I
have
want to make
another-
sure.
A recent one that I.
Right, so you want a new appraisal in addition to the
Not a
4
new
items?
appraisal.
He has an offer that we have not seen. Is that correct?
Yeah. Oh,
We
yeah,
have.
we've seen it.
That one.
We
Okay.
haven't county hasn't responded to it, is my understanding, correct?
No. You haven't turned my offer down?
Yeah, no. As a matter of fact, yes, we did. I think there
did
must be some kind of miscommunication. Yes, we did turn the offer down. We just haven't given them another offer off
After
of that.
that.
So
Okay.
yeah, we haven't given them a new
So
offer,
counter to the
which is,
counter,
yeah,
whatever.
exactly,
Okay,
exactly.
right.
Yes.
Okay.
Got it. Okay. All right. Should we do some public comment then, Mr. Teeter? We'll take some public comment and
Sure.
then kind
Thank you for your
of
time.
finish up that.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment on item number 31. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Madam Chair. My name is Randy Paces. I'm from Diamond Springs. I think most of you know me, and I can tell you that I've been involved with this project for the 30 years that it's been around. And several of those alternative alignments, I had some direct involvement in. And I also have to say that when I was with the Department of Transportation, I was responsible for right-of-way acquisition, and we went through several negotiated settlements, acquired property, willing buyer, willing seller. But there were a number of other times where we did have to initiate the eminent domain process, went through this resolution of necessity. And And as was stated, I think Raphael stated, that doesn't mean your negotiations are over. That doesn't mean your meeting with the property owner ends at
Right.
that point. There were several properties that we acquired with the help of a mediator. It's not arbitration, it's a mediation process. It's a formal mediation process. And through that, we achieved a satisfactory result for both the county and the property owner. So, you know, it's totally inappropriate to be engaging in negotiating for acquiring property right here in front of the board.
Right.
You know, that's absolutely inappropriate. I think that given the circumstance of this project, given the importance of this project, given the fact that so much investment has been put forward, so many other properties acquired, and I believe there's at least one other that resolution of necessity was adopted. I don't know where it's at in terms of finalizing that acquisition. But I would say, I would urge the board, adopt the resolution of necessity, keep the project moving forward. It does not stop coming to a fair and equitable resolution, just compensation to the property owner to acquire the necessary property that is essential for this very important public project. So I would support moving forward today. I understand fully where Mr. Teeter's coming from because I've been on the county side of that table. Please go forward with it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Well, I'm smiling because Randy was my boss and I was the right-of-way agent. Oh, it's Ruth. I was the right-of-way agent back in the 90s. I wasn't involved in all the projects that Randy referred to, but I was also involved in the Sutter Mill School when we moved 7,000 cubes of dirt, moved down and made that Henningsen Park. There was about 10 properties along that way. Nick Shubin was the big holdout, the chicken farmer. Remember Nick Shubin? Green Valley Road. So even though my boss is here, my previous boss is here, I'm going to come to the opposite conclusion of what he did. I listened to what this gentleman said, and he is a willing negotiator. This is absolutely not an eminent domain action. You have someone willing to negotiate. You have admitted mistakes made by the county. If you pass this, this is a hammer over this gentleman's head that either you will, it's not a fair negotiation. He will know that if he doesn't, sorry, I have hearing aid, that if he doesn't come to agreement, that you will go to eminent domain. That is not an open and fair negotiation. Like I say, that's a hammer over his head. And back in the 90s, the board was very, very reluctant to go to eminent domain. Very. That was the days of Jack Sweeney. And we only went to eminent domain if all other options had been exhausted. And this is obviously not one of those cases. He is a very willing participant. And I think you actually may be getting yourself into legal trouble to go to eminent domain under this set of circumstances. I'm sure your legal counsel will give you advice on that. But I think that you need to, in my opinion, have some more equitable and efficient negotiations. I think if you have a year out, it's not fair to wait 6 weeks to try to resolve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Also a former project manager.
What
on
is
this project,
this?
35 years ago or so. So we all have a stake. The people that you've heard it come to the podium, we all have a stake in this. We've been party to it. as I advised Supervisor Turnbull, I said, this is a administrative hearing today. I think you've gotten the full breadth from staff as to how important it is. You've heard Randy Pacey's talk about it, Ruth Michelson talk about it from different perspectives. But it comes back to county council, comes back to county council to make the determination and to establish what the risk is. And today I hear funding, working with Caltrans and in the processes that you've entered into, those agreements that you've entered into, they're all at stake. It's part of your risk assessment. You have Mr. Teeter talking about the negotiations and how difficult it is. Well, yes, property acquisition is difficult and mistakes were made. But I don't think that's relevant today. You've heard county council focus your attention on what needs to be done today. And that is to approve the resolution of necessity and to take all the actions that are listed here that staff says that you have to. Now, why? The administrative record is being established, that record that will be used in the future coming from this discussion here, including the words that Mr. Teeter's counsel told him to say on the record. This is very critical. Anything that is not relevant is still a part of the administrative record. But there's a habit that's created that you get into negotiations to try to settle it when you have no right today to do that. And I heard that a couple of you had said that this is not what we're here for today. I would say, turn to county council, make sure your risk is assessed as to what the future holds and do what's right. And in this case, I know in the taxation code, and I can't quote it where it is, but there is an element where Mr. Teeter, because of this, gets some benefit from it from a taxation perspective, which you'd have to check into, but I just want to let you know, eminent domain is not completely bad in some respects. Just want to let you know.
Thank you, Chris.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
Okay, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing, correct? Or is it, we're done with that part? Yes, okay, closing the public hearing. And then what do we do next exactly? I know we
I'd
need
just like to
talk.
reiterate one statement that I said earlier. I believe that it was fortunate that transportation actually missed a deadline. The reason why is because if we were to have moved forward with that closing of the escrow and with Mr. Teeter's signature, we wouldn't be here today and we wouldn't be getting another appraisal and we wouldn't be continuing the negotiation. That would have been the set price. We would have been done. We would have been moving forward. The fact that we are here today is because that step was missed and now we are moving forward to say, let's continue the conversations, let's continue the cooperation, the communication. And I would suggest that one action moving forward is that the board require DOT to have mediation as part of the action with this this resolution of necessity. It would hold, as somebody said, my feet to the fire to make sure that I am performing the duties and the requests and the desires of this board.
I'm sorry, but I just have to disagree with our transportation director here.
I apologize.
There should not be, we should not be providing litigation direction during the course of your discussion today. You have a very simple task ahead of you. You're asked to find whether you can have sufficient evidence to meet the 4 elements in front of you. I strongly urge you to focus on those things.
Yeah.
Do not get distracted by the issues of compensation that have been raised today. Though I can't stop someone from talking about it. As you can see, none of those are factors that are part of what you're being asked to do today.
Right. The process today is different from the process that will follow. So yes.
Okay.
But
All right.
we appreciate the comments.
Yes.
Tried.
We're trying, I know,
Chair?
trying to be
I'm just
creative.
glad he's up there because now he would have kicked me under the
Yeah.
table.
Supervisor
Supervisor
Thomas.
So with that caution, I would like to move staff's recommendation of item 31.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Well, can I say something first?
Well, I asked if you had further discussion.
was-
Yes.
You gotta go fast.
Say yes.
Well, the biggest thing here, and I understand we have a deadline, but I don't want this to happen again. I want this thing done. If it takes 2 months, it should be done, period. It shouldn't be a year or 8 months or down the road where we have to come up here and we end up having to, take him to court and eminent domain. I don't like it. I don't like when we have eminent domain, especially when you're taking people's property away from them. That is not right. So I don't want this thing to drag on. If you're saying you're going to have an appraisal in a month and a half, okay, you get that appraisal. We need to know right there, and you need to negotiate with him or whatever you got to do. Okay, let's get this done and let's get it finished. I don't want to wait 8 months down the road or another year when this comes up and this does happen. And that's the reason why I have to say what I have to do before I vote on it. Because I know we're here not for the negotiation part of it, but I don't want to see us dropping the ball again.
Can I make a quick comment to that?
Yeah.
Mhm.
We're all human.
I
There
know,
was a
we
mis-
are. I
there was a
totally
mistake
understand,
made.
Sue.
I don't want to beat up staff. I don't
No,
think Raphael,
and
I'm not
I'm
even
not.
sure. It was probably like the first week you're starting or something when it started. So, to that end, I understand what you're saying too, but I don't want this to be all on the heads of their staff. If there's going to be mistakes. That's why people come to us. That's why we have this kind of action. I'm not a fan of eminent domain. It took away my farm from my family 3 generations ago.
Yeah, I know.
But
how
at the
that
same
is.
time, I understand the processes are there because we've got a duty to do our part in creating a project that we feel is of huge benefit to our public, and got a process and got a little sideways. Apologize for that. That shouldn't happen, but we're human. We make mistakes. So we're trying to correct this and move forward. And so with that, just
Yeah,
wanted to
And
make that
and I
statement.
appreciate you, Raphael,
Yeah.
making sure that this is going to be your pet peeve, because you said that you would make sure this gets done.
Right.
So
Oh,
I
he's a-
appreciate
He's a
that.
man of honor.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna let everyone know, I am not a supporter of eminent domain. I've been very consistently against it. So that's why I am having super heartburn on this, like super. So I'm just gonna say that now. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
No,
Motion passes 4-0. 4-1, sorry.
4-1. Okay. So that said, staff will be in touch and keep working with you. I'll wait for everybody to kind of clear the room a bit. We're almost done. Before we do the CAO update, I want to let everyone know that we were contacted by the DA's office and asked to adjourn in K9. Officer Odin, K9 dog officer, passed away last night. And so we were asked to close in his honor. And so our CAO has the information for our adjournment on that. I just want to give everybody a heads up on that. And with that, then we can do our CAO update now.
Yeah, I have no other updates other than that,
Oh.
Madam Chair.
Okay.
So if it's okay with you, I'll read a statement from our district attorney. It is with great sadness that the El Dorado County District Attorney's Office announces the passing of K9 Odin. Odin passed away today, April 5th, 2022, at the age of 14 years old. Odin served the community with distinction for 7 years from 2015 to 2022 alongside handler District Attorney Investigator Jim Applegate. Odin, a Belgian Malinois, wore his badge with honor. He was a fixture at community events and in the District Attorney's office. K9 Odin was a member of the District Attorney family and will be deeply missed. And as you said, Madam Chair, the District Attorney is requesting to adjourn in K9 Odin's memory today.
Very appropriate. Thank you for that. Okay, with that, I think we are adjourned and it is 3:36. Thank you.